Who once stood beside her husband at million-dollar galas, someone who believed marriage was an unshakable castle, until the night he whispered to his mistress, right in the middle of a charity event I organized, and told me he had found real love. And me? There. The woman who once stood beside her husband at million-dollar galas, someone who believed marriage was an unshakable castle, until the night he whispered to his mistress, right in the middle of a charity event I organized, and told me he had found real love. And me? I walked away in silence, carrying 3 lives growing inside me, lives he never even knew existed. I lost everything, only to rebuild, brick by brick. Not for him, but for myself, and for 3 children he never once called by name. Before I share my full story, let me know where you're watching from in the comments below. Hit the like button and subscribe if you've ever had to survive a pain you thought would break you, especially when it came from the ones who were supposed to love you most. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. The champagne flute trembled in my hand, but I didn't spill a drop. Years of practice at these charity galas had taught me how to smile through anything, how to keep my shoulders straight when the weight of pretending threatened to crush me. "Claire, darling, the auction numbers are phenomenal," Mrs. Henderson gushed, her diamonds catching the ballroom lights. "You've outdone yourself again." I nodded, my lips forming words I couldn't hear over the rushing in my ears. Because across the room, my husband, the man I'd sold my father's company shares for, the man I'd given up my design career to support, had his hand on the small of Haley Sloane's back. Not just touching, claiming, the way he used to touch me. Ethan didn't even try to hide it anymore. His thumb traced small circles on her spine while she laughed at something he whispered. 23 years old. A model who'd appeared at his tech conferences 6 months ago, all legs and promises. I excused myself from Mrs. Henderson and walked, not ran, to the powder room. My heels clicked against marble, each step measured. Perfect, like everything in my life was supposed to be. In the mirror, I saw what everyone else saw. Claire Bennett Maddox, 35, philanthropist, perfect wife. My dress cost more than most people's cars. My wedding ring could fund a small startup. My life looked like a magazine spread, and it was all a lie. The door opened. I didn't need to look to know it was him. Ethan's cologne, the one I'd chosen for him 10 years ago, filled the space between us. "We need to talk," he said. "Not here." My voice stayed steady. Another skill I'd perfected. "Claire, not here." But he grabbed my wrist as I tried to leave. Not hard. Ethan never left marks. He was too smart for that. "I want a divorce," he said as casually as ordering coffee. "I've fallen in love with Haley. Real love this time. I need to live my truth." His truth. I pulled my wrist free and straightened my dress. In the mirror, I watched myself not cry, not scream, not beg. "Fine," I said. His eyebrows rose. He'd expected a scene. Maybe wanted one. Something to make him the victim in his story of finding himself. "That's it? Fine? What did you expect, Ethan? Tears? Begging?" I turned to face him. "You made your choice. Now get out. I have an auction to finish." He left, looking almost disappointed. I stayed in that powder room for exactly 90 seconds. Long enough to breathe, not long enough for anyone to notice. Then I walked back to my gala, to my guests, to the life I'd built for a man who'd just demolished it with 5 words. I raised my champagne glass for the final toast, thanked everyone for their generosity, and promised that their donations would change lives. I didn't know then that mine was about to change in ways I never imagined. My mother's house in Georgetown smelled like cinnamon and disappointment. She didn't say, "I told you so," when I showed up at midnight with 2 suitcases and a shattered marriage. She just opened the door wider and put the kettle on. "The guest room's made up," she said, not meeting my eyes. We'd never been good at the messy emotions. I lasted 3 days before the silence broke me. It happened in the bathroom, that sterile, pink-tiled space where I'd hidden as a teenager, crying over boys who didn't matter. Now I was 35, hiding again. Except this time the pain felt like drowning from the inside out. The room spun. My knees hit cold tile. Then nothing. I woke up to the harsh fluorescent lights of Georgetown General's emergency room. My mother sat in the plastic chair beside my bed, clutching her purse like a weapon. "You fainted," she said. "Dehydration, they think, and stress." The doctor, young, tired, kind, ran tests. Blood work, urine sample. The usual dance of modern medicine. I stared at the ceiling tiles and counted the holes. 64 in the tile directly above me. Mrs. Maddox? The doctor returned with a strange expression. Can we speak privately? My mother huffed, but left. The doctor pulled the curtain closed and sat on the rolling stool. You're pregnant, she said gently. About 8 weeks. The world tilted again, but I stayed conscious this time. I can't be. There's more. She paused, watching my face. It's triplets. 3 distinct heartbeats, 3 sacs, fraternal. 3. The number echoed in my head like a bell tolling. 3 babies. Alone. My hand moved to my stomach without thought. Still flat, hiding an impossible secret. I couldn't finish. Need to what? Tell Ethan? The man who'd found his real love? Who was probably picking out engagement rings while I lay in a hospital bed. Take your time, the doctor said. There are options. No. The word came out fierce, surprising us both. No options. They're mine. She nodded. Prescribed vitamins, scheduled appointments. Medical efficiency in the face of my life exploding again. I didn't tell Ethan. Didn't take his calls, all 3 of them, about divorce lawyers and asset division. Deleted my social media. Let his world spin on without me while I grew 3 tiny worlds of my own. My phone buzzed one night with an email from an unknown address. He did it to me too. Coffee? Layla Chen. Attached was a photo. Ethan at a startup conference 3 years ago. His arm around a young woman with sad eyes. The same possessive touch. The same practiced smile. I met Layla at a diner on the outskirts of Austin. She was 28 now, working in marketing, rebuilding after Ethan had recruited her fresh from college, promised her the world, then discarded her when someone younger came along. He picks us carefully, she said, stirring sugar into black coffee. Smart, ambitious, but somehow vulnerable, easy to isolate. How many? That I know of? 4 before you? Probably more. We sat in that vinyl booth until the coffee went cold, sharing stories that sounded like echoes. The same patterns. The same slow erosion of self, the same devastating ending. I didn't tell her about the babies. Not yet. But when I got home that night, I placed my hand on my still flat stomach and made a promise. You 3 will never know that kind of calculated cruelty. Never. The apartment in East Austin was a far cry from my Riverdale mansion. 600 square feet, windows that stuck, neighbors who fought at 2 a.m. But it was mine. Paid for with the last of my personal savings, the money Ethan hadn't known about. I started writing at 3 a.m. when sleep wouldn't come. My laptop balanced on my growing belly, words pouring out like blood from a wound. Today, I'm nobody. Yesterday, I was somebody's wife. Tomorrow, I'll be somebody's mother. But right now, in this suspended moment, I'm learning who I am when I'm just me. I called the blog The Rebuild. Anonymous. Raw. No pretty filters or inspirational quotes. Just the truth about starting over when your life has been demolished. The first post got 12 views, the second 40. By the 10th, women were finding me, commenting, sharing their own stories of betrayal and rebuilding. He left me for his secretary. Classic, right? Taking the house feels like a hollow victory when I rattle around in it alone. Broken in Boston, mine didn't leave. He just stopped seeing me. I became furniture in my own marriage. Invisible in Indiana. My design skills, dormant for years, woke up hungry. I created an online course. Redesigning your space, reclaiming your life. Simple premise. Your external environment shapes your internal world. Change one, change both. The first student was Miranda from Phoenix, 42, psychologist, divorced after finding her husband with a patient. I haven't changed anything in my house in 5 years, she wrote. It's like I'm living in a museum of my old life. We started with her bedroom. Painted over the beige with deep teal. Replaced the wedding photos with her daughter's art. Small changes that meant everything. More women joined. Sarah from Seattle, rebuilding after financial abuse. Jennifer from Jacksonville, whose ex stalked her through smart home devices until she learned to reprogram them herself. Amy from Albuquerque, starting over at 53. My belly grew. The babies rolled and kicked during late-night sessions. 3 distinct personalities already. One always hiccuping, one dancing at midnight, one who seemed to punch whenever I ate spicy food. Miranda became more than a student. During a video call, she noticed me unconsciously rubbing my stomach. How far along? She asked gently. I froze. My camera only showed shoulders up. I'd been so careful. I'm a psychologist, she said. And a mother. I know the gesture. So I told her. Everything. The triplets. The terror. The determination to do this alone. You're not alone, she said firmly. I'm licensed in Texas too. Let me help you prepare. No charge. Consider it paying forward what you've given me. Our sessions shifted. Design became therapy, became preparation. She taught me visualization techniques for labor, coping strategies for the exhaustion ahead, ways to bond with 3 babies simultaneously. "You're grieving," she said one night. "Not just the marriage, the life you planned, the partner you thought you'd have for this. That's normal." "I don't have time for normal," I replied, watching my belly ripple with movement. "I have 3 humans to grow." "You have time for both," she said. Healing and growing aren't opposites. They're partners. The community grew. Women rebuilding, reshaping, refusing to disappear. We shared resources, victories, setbacks. Someone always awake at 3 a.m. when the darkness felt too heavy. I still didn't use my real name. Wasn't ready for Ethan's world to find me. But Claire, the perfect wife, the charity hostess, the woman who smiled through betrayal, she was gone. In her place, someone harder. Someone about to become a mother times 3. The contractions started at 29 weeks, 6 days. I was filming a course module about creating sanctuary spaces when the first one knocked me to my knees. "Not yet," I whispered to my belly. "Please, not yet." But babies don't negotiate. The ride to UT Medical blurred into lights and sirens. Someone held my hand. My mother, appearing from nowhere like mothers do when you need them most. The doctors spoke in code over my head. Magnesium drip, steroid shots, words that meant too early, too dangerous, too much. "We need to take them," Dr. Martinez said, her eyes kind but firm. "Their heart rates are dropping." The OR felt like another planet. Cold, bright. My body shook from drugs and fear while they prepped me. Somewhere beyond the drape, my babies were being lifted into a world they weren't ready for. "Baby A boy," someone called. Leo. I'd already known. The one who hiccuped constantly. "Baby B girl." Mira, my midnight dancer. "Baby C." Pause. Too long. "I need suction here. Now." Silas, my quiet one. Too quiet. He's not breathing. Starting compressions. The room exploded into controlled chaos. My baby, one of my babies, wasn't breathing. 40 seconds. 50. The longest minute of my existence. Then a cry. Thin, angry, alive. They whisked them away before I could see more than glimpses. So small. Impossibly small. Bird bones and translucent skin. The NICU became my universe. 3 isolates in a row. Leo, 2 pounds 8 ounces. Mira, 2 pounds 5 ounces. Silas, barely 2 pounds. I lived in that uncomfortable chair between their beds. Learned the language of preemies, Brady's and Desats, feeding tubes and Biley lights. Kangaroo care became my religion. Their tiny bodies on my chest, skin to skin, my heartbeat telling them stay, stay, stay. "They're fighters," the night nurse Carmen told me. Especially the little one. Gave us a scare, but look at him now. Silas had wires and tubes, but his hand, impossibly small, gripped my finger with surprising strength. I wrote blog posts by their isolates, one thumb typing while the other hand rested on whichever baby needed touch. The community rallied. Preemie clothes arrived from Invisible in Indiana. Freezer meals from Broken in Boston. Miranda sent meditation recordings for the endless hours. My milk came in fierce, my body determined to nourish what it had grown. I pumped every 3 hours, labeled bottles with military precision. Fed them drops at first, then milliliters, celebrating every gain. The day Ethan got engaged, splashed across Austin society pages, Haley's ring visible from space, I was holding Silas through his 3rd Brady spell of the night. His heart forgetting to beat while somewhere across town, his father celebrated new love. I sang to my boys and girl instead, whispered promises, told them about the apartment waiting, the community of women who already loved them, the life we'd build together. "Your dad doesn't know you exist," I told them during a 3 a.m. feeding. "Someday that might hurt. But right now, you have me, and I have you. And that's enough." Leo came off oxygen first, breathing room air like he'd been doing it forever. Mira followed, feisty and demanding. Silas took longer, but he got there. My quiet warrior. 10 weeks in the NICU. 70 days of alarms and victories, setbacks and miracles. But finally, I carried 3 babies out of that hospital. No husband, no mansion, no perfect life. Just me and 3 reasons to rebuild everything. The little house near Maplewood Elementary wasn't much. 1940s bungalow, needed paint, floors that creaked a symphony. But it had a fenced yard and Mrs. Chen next door, who'd raised 4 kids alone and didn't ask questions about fathers. Brick by brick, started in my living room. Just an idea at first. born from 2 a.m. feedings and the messages flooding my inbox. Women needing more than design tips, needing skills, income, sisterhood. Sarah from Seattle had learned woodworking to fix what her ex deliberately broke. Jennifer from Jacksonville became a coding expert to debug her stalker ex's harassment. Amy from Albuquerque discovered she could tile bathrooms better than any contractor. What if we taught each other? I proposed during a video call. Leo sleeping in my lap while the other two napped in their swings. Real skills, real income, real independence. We started small. Sarah taught furniture restoration via video. Jennifer created cybersecurity workshops for women leaving abusive relationships. I taught design principles that could become careers. The twins hit every milestone like tiny warriors. First smiles Mira, of course. First laugh Leo at his own sneeze. First time sleeping 4 hours straight. All three, blessed synchronization. Silas worried me. Quieter than his siblings, content to watch while they conquered. But Carmen from the NICU had taught me to see. He noticed everything. Processed deeply. When he finally smiled, it was deliberate, meaningful. A gift rather than reflex. The surprise came on a Tuesday. A certified letter. Inside, a check for $100,000 and a note. For the work you're doing. No strings, no names. Just someone who believes in second chances. A friend. I stared at those zeros until Mira's hungry cry broke the spell. Real money. Enough to matter. We're getting a real space, I told the babies during tummy time. They gurgled agreement or gas, but I chose agreement. The abandoned strip mall on East Cesar Chavez had been empty for years, but it had good bones, parking, possibility. The landlord, Mr. Gonzalez, had daughters. He understood. 6 months free if you fix it up, he offered. After that, we'll see. The community descended like beautiful chaos. Sarah flew in from Seattle with power tools. Jennifer brought her teenage daughter and industrial-strength internet. Amy organized work crews of women I'd never met, all carrying their own rebuilding stories. We demolished walls with sledgehammers and fury, every swing for the lies we'd believed, the years we'd lost, the selves we'd abandoned. Built new walls with care. A child care room with soft colors, a workshop with proper ventilation, offices for consultations, a quiet room for when the overwhelm hit. Miranda arrived with her practice partner, Dr. Ben, a gentle giant who specialized in trauma recovery. You need mental health support integrated, she said. Rebuilding isn't just external. Opening day, 43 women showed up. Some with kids, some with bruises, all with determination. Sarah demonstrated refinishing, while Jennifer taught password protection, and Leo, Mira, and Silas held court in the childcare room, accepting adoration like tiny royalty. This isn't charity, I told them, standing on a paint-stained ladder. This is us claiming space, building what was never given, brick by brick. That night, exhausted babies finally asleep, I sat on my creaky floor and cried. Good tears, clean tears, because in that ugly, beautiful space, women were learning they could build anything, even themselves, even after being demolished. Especially then, 5 years disappeared like morning mist. The triplets grew from tiny warriors to distinct humans. Leo, with his father's eyes but my stubbornness. Mira commanding any room she entered, Silas observing everything with startling wisdom. The invitation arrived on quality paper I once would have ordered myself. The Dallas Medical Foundation requests your presence as keynote speaker. They wanted to hear about our integrated care model, how brick by brick had expanded to 6 cities. The revolution we'd started with sledgehammers and stubbornness. Mama, do we get to come? Mira asked, reading over my shoulder. Already reading at 5. Already unstoppable. There's a children's performance, I noted. The universe had a sick sense of humor. Would you like to sing? They'd inherited my inability to refuse a stage. The Fairmont Dallas ballroom hadn't changed. Same crystal chandeliers, same air of moneyed importance. But I had. No designer gown this time. A simple black dress I'd bought myself, comfortable shoes for chasing triplets. 15 minutes until the children's performance, the coordinator chirped. I knelt to adjust 3 tiny bow ties and 1 sparkly dress. Remember, look for Mama in the audience. I'll be right there. We know, Silas said solemnly. You're always there. My throat tightened. Always. Even when it meant working until dawn. Even when exhaustion made my bones ache. Always. The children filed on stage. My 3 among 20 others from the Foundation's early education program. The music started. Some forgot words. Some forgot to sing entirely. Silas stood frozen until Mira grabbed his hand, then his sweet voice joined in. But Leo, Leo sang like the words were written in his DNA. Clear, confident, a 5-year-old who knew he belonged anywhere he chose to stand, just like his father. The resemblance hit others too. I saw the ripple of recognition through the Dallas medical elite. Whispers behind programs, eyes tracking from stage to where I stood, to where Ethan stood. He'd aged well. Money did that. Haley glittered beside him, diamond wedding ring catching the light. But his face, as he stared at Leo, he knew. The children finished to enthusiastic applause. I gathered my 3, praising their performance, promising ice cream later. Tried to disappear into the crowd. Claire, his voice hadn't changed. Still commanded attention. Still expected compliance. I turned slowly. Children clustered against my legs. Ethan, his eyes catalogued them hungrily. Leo's familiar features. Mira's defiant chin. Pure Bennett genetics. Silas, smaller than his siblings, watching with those 2 wise eyes. These are, he couldn't finish. My children, I said firmly. Leo, Mira, and Silas. Say hello to Mr. Maddox. 3 small hellos. Mira suspicious. Leo curious. Silas silent. Can we talk? Ethan's voice cracked. Privately? I glanced at Haley, frozen like an expensive statue, understanding dawning. 10 minutes, I agreed. Miranda? My friend appeared, reading the situation instantly. Would you mind? She gathered the triplets with promises of cake. They went willingly. They trusted my people because I'd chosen them carefully. Everything I did now, I did carefully. Ethan and I found a quiet alcove. 5 years collapsed between us. They're mine, he said, not a question. No, I corrected. They're mine. Biology doesn't make you a father. Presence does. And he hadn't been present. Not for the NICU. Not for the sleepless nights. Not for any of it. Not yet. I have rights, Ethan said, lawyer voice activated. You have nothing. I kept my voice steady, though my hands shook. No birth certificates, no acknowledgement, no claims. His face crumbled. The first genuine emotion I'd seen from him in years. Claire, please. They're my children, too. They're 5, Ethan. 5 years you didn't know they existed. 5 years of... I stopped. The list was too long, too heavy. I want to know them. He looked broken. Good. Please. The keynote speech passed in a blur. I spoke about rebuilding, about women supporting women, about creating structures that caught people when they fell. Kept my voice steady while Ethan sat in the front row, eyes never leaving my face. Afterward, I collected my children, my miracles, and tried to leave. Mama! Leo tugged my hand. That man is still watching us. Of course he'd noticed. Leo noticed everything, processed it through his music. He's someone Mama used to know, I said carefully. Is he our dad? Mira asked, because Mira asked everything. I knelt, despite my dress, gathering them close. What makes someone a dad? They love you, Silas whispered. And stay. That's right, baby, and stay. The conversation with Ethan took 3 lawyers, 2 therapists, and 6 months of negotiation. I set the terms. Start as Uncle Ethan, Mom's friend. No promises, no claims, no sudden declarations. Supervised visits only. Public places. Dr. Ben present for the first month. The children's therapy team, already in place because I'd learned to prepare for everything, would guide the process. Any hint of manipulation, of using them against me, and it ended. I agree, he said to every condition. Humbled, maybe genuine. Time would tell. The first meeting, a Saturday afternoon at Zilker Park. Public, neutral, safe. Ethan brought a basketball. He'd done homework. Leo loved basketball. Want to shoot some hoops? He offered. Leo looked at me. I nodded. They played while Mira interrogated Ethan about his favorite colors, wrong answers. All of them, and Silas sat beside me watching. He looks like Leo, Silas observed. Yes. Is that why he's sad? 5 years old and seeing everything? Maybe. Each visit, carefully orchestrated. The zoo, the children's museum, always public, always watched. The triplets responded differently. Leo warmed first, drawn to Ethan's easy athleticism. They shot hoops, threw footballs, bonded over sports I'd never mastered. Mira remained skeptical, testing him with increasingly ridiculous questions. Would you eat a bug for us? What if we were bugs? Do you even like bugs? Silas watched, processed, made his own timeline. 3 months in, at the playground, Silas fell. Scraped knee, blood, tears. Before I could reach him, Ethan was there. Gentle hands, soft voice, the father he'd never been for them before. You're okay, buddy. Just a scratch. Want me to carry you to Mom? Silas studied him through tears, then nodded. Let himself be lifted, carried, comforted. That night, tucking them in, Mira asked, Is Uncle Ethan going to stay? I don't know, baby. He better, she declared. Silas likes him now. You can't leave after Silas likes you. Rules according to Mira. Fierce protector of her brothers. We'll see, I promised. We'll take it slow and see. But watching Ethan earn their trust, inch by painful inch, something in my chest unclenched. Not forgiveness? Not yet. Maybe not ever. But possibility. December arrived with unusual Austin snow, delicate flakes that wouldn't last. The school auditorium smelled like peppermint and excitement. Kindergarten winter showcase, the triplets' first real performance. You sit there, Mira directed, pointing Ethan to the seat beside me. So we can see you both. 6 months of Uncle Ethan. 6 months of careful boundaries becoming careful trust. He'd missed Haley's gallery opening to attend Leo's t-ball game. Showed up to Mira's dance recital with flowers. Learned that Silas preferred books to balls, reading together on park benches. She's bossy, Ethan murmured as Mira marched away. She's perfect, I corrected. We sat in carefully maintained silence, not together, but adjacent. Two parents who happened to share DNA with 3 miracles on stage. The lights dimmed. 20 kindergartners filed out, my 3 among them. They'd chosen You Are My Home from the song list. Mira's idea, she'd informed me. Because homes weren't just houses. They sang with 5-year-old enthusiasm, some shouting more than singing. But when the chorus came, Silas's clear voice rose above the rest, sweet and sure. You are my home wherever you are is where I belong. Leo harmonized. He'd been practicing. Mira added hand gestures she'd definitely not learned in rehearsal. 3 pieces of my heart, singing about home. I cried. Couldn't help it. 5 years of fighting, building, protecting, and here they were, whole, happy, unafraid to take up space. Ethan handed me a tissue. They're incredible. I know. You did that, made them incredible. They did that. I just didn't let anyone break them. Including you, unspoken but heard. After the show, cookies and chaos. Silas ran to us. Ran, my cautious boy, clutching a painting. I made this in art. He thrust it at me. Construction paper, crayon, beloved. It's our family. 5 figures. 3 small, 1 medium, me. And 1 tall figure, slightly apart but clearly included. That's Uncle Ethan, Silas explained. He's not in our house, but he's in our family. Ms. Rodriguez says families come in all shapes. Ethan made a sound. Grief, maybe. Recognition of all he'd missed. Good. Let him grieve. I'd grieved plenty. Can I keep this? He asked Silas. Silas considered. Okay, but I can make another one. With you closer next time. Next time. Walking to the parking lot, Ethan caught my arm gently. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank them. I mean it, Claire. Thank you for letting me try. For not poisoning them against me. For being the parent they needed. The person you've become. He stopped. I was an idiot. Yes. I'm sorry. Deeply. Uselessly. But sorry. I looked at him. Really looked. Saw regret. Growth. The better father he was becoming because he had to earn it. I know, I said. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But acknowledgement. The triplets piled into our car, chattering about cookies and performances and whether it would snow again. Ethan stood at his car, watching us with naked longing. Bye, Uncle Ethan, 3 voices chorused. Dad, Silas added quietly. Testing the word. Bye, Dad. Ethan's face crumpled. Mira noticed everything. Of course she did. You can be dad sometimes, she declared, when you earn it. Rules according to Mira. Still protecting, still fierce. I drove home thinking about second chances. About suns that rise twice. About families built from ashes and determination and the strange alchemy of letting go. Not all love survives its first form. But sometimes something new grows in the ruins. Something harder. Something more honest. Something that might last.
My name is Olivia Harper, and my life took a turn no one could have imagined. The man who once swore we'd build a future together was the same one who coldly said, "This baby is a distraction. End it tomorrow." And then, 5 years later, he stood in front of me, his eyes locked on my daughter, as if he were staring at his own reflection from the past. Before I share my full story, tell me where you're watching from in the comments. Hit like and subscribe if you've ever faced or overcome heartbreak. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happened next. The pregnancy test shook in my hands like a leaf in autumn wind. 2 pink lines stared back at me from the tiny window, as certain as the Manhattan skyline outside our apartment. Nathan was in the kitchen, humming while he made coffee, that expensive Ethiopian blend he loved, the sound of normalcy when everything had just changed. Nathan, my voice came out smaller than intended. He appeared in the doorway, still in his Stanford t-shirt, hair messy from sleep. God, I loved him like that. Unguarded before the world demanded he become the tech genius everyone expected. His startup had just secured Series B funding. Investors were circling like hawks. I held up the test. His humming stopped. Is that? He didn't finish. Didn't need to. His face went through a slideshow of emotions. Surprise, fear, then something else. Calculation. I'm pregnant. He crossed the room in 3 strides, took the test from my hand, studied it like code he needed to debug. Then he set it carefully on the coffee table as if it might explode. Okay, he said slowly. Okay, we can handle this. For 3 days we orbited each other like careful planets. He brought me ginger tea for morning sickness, rubbed my feet, whispered about baby names. I let myself dream. A brownstone in Brooklyn, toy-scattered floors, Nathan teaching our child to code before they could write. Then came Thursday, the IPO announcement. He came home different that night, suit sharp, jaw set, eyes already somewhere else. He poured himself whiskey, neat, no ice, and didn't offer me my usual wine before remembering. Olivia, we need to talk. Those 4 words, every woman knows them. They sat between us like a loaded gun. The timing, he started, stopped, started again. The IPO changes everything. The board, the investors. I can't have any distractions, not now. Distractions? The word tasted like ash. Our baby is a distraction? He set down his glass, precise and deliberate. When he looked at me, I saw a stranger wearing my boyfriend's face. End it. Tomorrow. I'll pay for everything. The best clinic. Stop. My hand went to my stomach, protective already. Just stop. Be practical, Liv. You're in law school. I'm about to run a public company. This isn't the right time. When is the right time, Nathan? After your 2nd billion? He stood, adjusted his cuffs, a nervous tell I'd found endearing once. I'm trying to be responsible here. Responsible? I laughed, sharp and bitter. You mean convenient? I mean realistic. Make the appointment, Olivia. This discussion is over. That's when I knew. 3 years, countless promises, shared dreams, all of it meant less than stock options and board meetings. I stood too, my legs surprisingly steady. No. 1 word. It changed everything. The Greyhound bus to Ohio smelled like old vinyl and other people's stories. I pressed my face against the window, watching New York shrink until it was just light pollution on the horizon. 22 years old, 14 weeks pregnant, and running to nowhere with $1,847 in my checking account. Nathan had blocked my number before I'd even finished packing. Our mutual friends suddenly had crazy busy schedules. His mother called once. I let it go to voicemail, deleted it unheard. Clean breaks hurt less, or so I told myself at 3 a.m. when the baby fluttered for the first time. Zanesville, Ohio became home by default. Cheap rent, no questions asked, and far enough from anyone who knew the Olivia Harper who was supposed to clerk for a federal judge next summer. That girl was gone. This one stocked shelves at Walmart, always volunteering for overtime. The first ultrasound revealed twins. The technician's cheerful 2 heartbeats sent me into the bathroom, where I sat on the closed toilet and laughed until I cried. Or maybe the reverse. 2 babies, of course. The universe had a sense of humor. I named them during a thunderstorm. Ethan for strength, Sophia for wisdom. Things I'd need to teach them alone. Labor started during the dinner shift at Mel's Diner. I'd been wiping down tables, ignoring the backache that had plagued me all day. Then my water broke, dramatic and undeniable, right by booth 6. Mel drove me to the hospital in his pickup, chain-smoking and muttering prayers. 23 hours later, they were here. Ethan first, screaming and perfect. Sophia followed, quiet but alert, her eyes, Nathan's eyes, taking in the world. The nurse asked if anyone should be called. No, I whispered, holding my babies while rain lashed the windows. We're complete. Those first months blurred together, crying, theirs and mine, feeding schedules military and precision, diaper changes at ungodly hours. I developed a system, Ethan on the left, always hungrier, Sophia on the right, content to wait. My body became a machine, fuel in, milk out, function over form. Money was a constant shadow. Formula when my milk dried up from stress, $50 a week. Diapers, $80. Rent, utilities, the minimum payment on credit cards I'd sworn never to use. I cleaned offices at night while Mrs. Chen from downstairs watched the twins for $20 and leftover dinners. One night, delirious from exhaustion, I found myself in the cereal aisle at 2 a.m., Sophia strapped to my chest, Ethan in the cart. An elderly woman smiled at us. Your husband must be so helpful. she said warmly. I smiled back, too tired to correct her, wondering what Nathan was doing at that exact moment. Probably sleeping in Egyptian cotton sheets, unaware his children existed in a world of generic diapers and expired coupons. Success has a way of finding you, even in small towns. Nathan's face appeared on my phone screen while I waited for the twins' vaccine appointment. Tech wunderkind Nathan Cole takes Coletech public at record valuation. I stared at the photo, professional headshot, confident smile, no trace of the man who'd made love to me in our tiny Brooklyn apartment. The article gushed about his vision, his revolutionary platform, the $2.3 billion IPO, youngest tech CEO to ring the NYSE bell. Mama phone! Ethan grabbed for it, always grabbing. I locked the screen, tucked it away. But Nathan was everywhere after that. Times cover, Forbes' 30 under 30. Business Insider couldn't get enough of his meteoric rise. Cable news loved him, young, handsome, articulate, the American dream personified, they said. I learned to look away. In grocery stores, I'd turn magazines backward, change channels when his interviews came on. But Ohio wasn't far enough. His ghost lived in my children's faces. Ethan's determined jaw, Sophia's analytical gaze. The twins turned 4. I'd managed to save enough for a 2-bedroom apartment, real beds instead of cribs. My night cleaning had turned into day supervision, then office manager. Small victories that felt enormous in our little world. Then Walmart installed new self-checkout screens, his company's software, his face in the corporate video that played on loop. Making technology accessible to everyone, his recorded voice promised. I laughed, harsh and involuntary. The twins looked up from their coloring. Why you sad, Mama? Sophia asked, always too perceptive. Not sad, baby, just remembering something. Remembering what? How to explain that their father was building empires while I calculated whether we could afford name-brand cereal this week? That he was revolutionizing commerce while I taught them to tie shoes he'd never see them wear? Just grown-up stuff. That night, I allowed myself one weakness. After the twins slept, I searched his name. The results overwhelmed: interviews, profiles, speculation about his love life. Eligible bachelor Nathan Cole spotted with senator's daughter. Inside Nathan Cole's $15 million penthouse. Then I found it, a video from a tech conference, someone asking about work-life balance. I'm married to my company, he said, laughing. No time for distractions. Distractions, still his favorite word. I closed the laptop, went to check on the twins. They slept peacefully, unaware their father had just called them distractions to a room full of strangers who applauded his dedication. Ethan had kicked off his blanket. Sophia clutched her stuffed elephant. I fixed Ethan's blanket, kissed both their foreheads. You're not distractions, I whispered. You're miracles. Outside, snow began to fall. Nathan's world grew bigger every day while ours stayed small and safe. I told myself that was enough. Some nights I even believed it. The Chicago Museum of Science and Industry buzzed with excited children. I'd saved for months to bring the twins here for their 5th birthday. A real adventure, their first trip outside Ohio. Ethan bounced between exhibits while Sophia studied each display with serious concentration. Mama, look! Rockets! Ethan tugged me toward the space exhibition. That's when I saw the banner. Innovation Speaker Series presents Nathan Cole, CEO of Coletech. My blood turned to ice water. Of course, of fucking course. Can we stay for the talking man? Sophia asked, pointing to the gathering crowd. Before I could steer them away, Nathan walked onto the stage. 5 years had polished him. Expensive suit, professional haircut, confidence that comes from having the world bent to your will. He started speaking about innovation, disruption, the future belonging to the bold. The same words he'd whispered to me once, except now they were for strangers who paid to hear them. I turned to leave, but Sophia had wandered closer to the stage, drawn like a moth to flame. Sophie, come back, I called, but she was mesmerized. Then it happened. Nathan's eyes swept the crowd and landed on her. His next word died mid-syllable. The microphone caught his sharp intake of breath. He stared at Sophia like he'd seen a ghost, which, in a way, he had, his own eyes looking back at him from a tiny face. Sophie, now. I reached for her hand, but Nathan was already moving, stepping down from the stage, his presentation forgotten. The crowd murmured, confused. Wait, he called out. His voice, God, his voice still did things to my heart I hated. I picked up Sophia, grabbed Ethan's hand, but Nathan was faster, younger, unencumbered by children and diaper bags. He caught up in the lobby. Olivia? I kept walking. Olivia, please. Are they? Don't. I spun around, my voice low and dangerous. Don't you dare! He stood there, this billionaire who commanded boardrooms, looking completely lost. His eyes kept moving between the twins, cataloging features, doing math. Mama, who's that? Ethan asked, suspicious as always of strangers. No one, I said. Just someone Mama used to know. Nathan flinched. Good. They're mine. Not a question. His voice broke on the word mine. No, I said simply. They're mine. You made your choice. I didn't know. Because you blocked my number, changed your email, had your lawyers send cease and desist letters when I tried to reach you through your company. That last part was a lie, but he didn't know that. Let him think I'd tried. Let him carry that weight. How old are they? Old enough to not need you. Sophia watched him with those analytical eyes, so like his. You look sad, she told Nathan. My daughter, reading emotions like code. Nathan's face crumbled, the great tech visionary undone by a 5-year-old's observation. He reached into his pocket, and I tensed, ready to run. But he just pulled out a business card. Please, I know I have no right. You're right, you don't. I left the card in his outstretched hand and walked away. Daniel arrived at my apartment 3 days later with Chinese takeout and that concerned look he'd perfected over the years. He'd been my study partner at NYU, the only friend who'd stayed after I vanished to Ohio. Monthly video calls had turned into occasional visits, then regular ones after he took a job in Columbus. You look like hell, he said, unpacking containers. Thanks, really what every woman wants to hear. The twins attacked the dumplings while I picked at lo mein. I'd been jumping at every unknown number, expecting Nathan to somehow materialize despite giving him nothing to track. Spill, Daniel commanded. You've been weird since Chicago. So I told him. The words tumbled out. The speech, Nathan's face, how Sophia had looked at him with curious eyes. Daniel listened, chopsticks frozen halfway to his mouth. I knew this would happen eventually, he said quietly. Yeah, well, knowing and living it are different things. He set down his food, ran a hand through his hair, his own nervous tell. Liv, I need to tell you something. The serious tone made me look up. Daniel, my rock, my constant. He looked terrified. The twins' college funds, the anonymous donations to their preschool, the scholarship that covers their after-school program. Each word hit like a physical blow. My chest tightened. What are you saying? It was me, all of it. He stopped, started again. I've been taking care of things, behind the scenes. The room tilted. I gripped the table edge. How much? Does it matter? How much? About 40,000 over 5 years. 40,000, more money than I'd ever seen. My vision blurred, rage or tears, maybe both. You let me think, my voice cracked. I thought we were making it, that I was enough. You are enough. You're everything. That's why Don't. I stood abruptly, needing distance. Don't you dare make this about feelings. But he was already standing too, reaching for me. I love you. I've loved you since Constitutional Law Study Group. Since before Nathan, during Nathan, after Nathan. The words hung between us like a blade. All those late-night talks, the way he always showed up, how good he was with the twins. It all shifted, recolored by this admission. I never asked for your money, or your love. I know, that's why I gave both freely. Behind my back, like I'm some charity case. Like you're someone worth protecting. I laughed, brittle and sharp. From what? Reality? Newsflash, Daniel. I've been living in reality for 5 years. Alone. You were never alone. I thought I had a friend. Turns out I had a secret benefactor nursing a crush. He flinched. Good. Let everyone flinch today. Mama? Sophia appeared in the doorway, elephant clutched tight. Why are you yelling? I forced my voice calm. Just talking, baby. Go watch cartoons with Ethan. She gave Daniel a long look, that Nathan-like assessment, then patted away. You should go, I told Daniel. He gathered his coat slowly, hopefully. But hope was a luxury I couldn't afford. Not anymore, not when everyone wanted to save me except myself. Nathan found my address somehow. Of course he did. Billionaires had resources. He stood at my door at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday, rain-soaked and holding an expensive bottle of wine like a peace offering. I don't drink anymore, I said through the chain lock. I know, I didn't know what else to bring. The man who could buy anything reduced to cliché gestures. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. 5 minutes, I said, unhooking the chain. The twins are asleep. He entered my apartment like he was walking into a museum. Careful, reverent. His eyes caught on everything. Toys scattered on scarred hardwood, crayon masterpieces on the fridge, 2 small bikes propped in the corner. "They're beautiful," he said softly. "In Chicago, I couldn't. Sophia looks just like my sister did at that age." "Your sister died when she was 12. He looked surprised, I remembered, as if I could forget anything about the man I'd planned to marry. "Nathan, what do you want?" He set the wine on my coffee table, the same one I'd bought at Goodwill, painted white to hide the water stains. "I want to know them. To be what? Their father? That position's been vacant for 5 years. I know. God, I know. But I was young and scared and what? Your IPO was more important. Your board of directors wouldn't approve? My father." The words hung between us. I hadn't expected that. "Your father's been dead for 2 years. I saw the obituary." Nathan sank onto my couch uninvited, head in his hands. "He wasn't dead when you were pregnant. He was running for Senate. A grandchild out of wedlock would have destroyed his campaign. So you destroyed us instead. He threatened you." Nathan looked up, eyes red-rimmed. "Said he'd make sure you never practiced law, that he'd bury you in legal fees if you tried to claim paternity. He had a whole file, investigators, lawyers, a PR team ready to paint you as a gold digger." My legs gave out. I sat hard on the second-hand armchair. "And you just let him?" "I was 25 and a coward. He controlled the initial funding, said he'd pull everything if I didn't handle the situation. So you chose money. I chose fear, and I've regretted it every day since." "Spare me the self-pity, Nathan. I was 22 and pregnant with twins. You think I wasn't scared?" He shifted forward. "I know. That's why after the IPO, I hired someone to check on you, to make sure you were okay. You spied on me? I needed to know you were safe." "That they were safe? We weren't safe. We were surviving. There's a difference." "I know. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Sorry doesn't buy diapers. Sorry doesn't hold your hair back during morning sickness. Sorry doesn't explain to 2 5-year-olds why every other kid has a daddy at preschool graduation." Each word was a scalpel, and I wielded them with surgical precision. Nathan bled quietly, taking each cut. "Let me fix this, please. Some things can't be fixed. They can only be survived." The call came at 2:17 a.m., 3 weeks after Nathan's visit. Ethan had been complaining of a stomachache at bedtime, but I'd written it off as too much birthday cake at his friend's party. "Mama, it hurts," he'd whimpered at midnight. By 2 a.m., he was burning with fever, clutching his right side. I knew before the ER doctor confirmed it. Appendicitis, but complicated. The appendix had ruptured. "We need to operate immediately," Dr. Martinez explained. "But there's something else. His blood work shows anomalies. Has anyone in your family had clotting disorders?" My mind went blank. Family medical history. The black hole in my children's records. I don't know. Their father." "We need that information, now. And we may need directed donor platelets if—" I was already dialing Nathan's number, saved under "Do Not Call" in my phone. He answered on the second ring, voice thick with sleep. "Olivia? Ethan's sick. The hospital needs medical history. They might need blood." "Which hospital?" 20 minutes later, he burst through the ER doors looking like he'd thrown on yesterday's clothes. For once, I was grateful for his money. It commanded attention, got forms signed, specialists called. "My father had von Willebrand disease," he told Dr. Martinez. "Type 2, my sister too." The medical team sprang into action. Nathan paced the waiting room like a caged animal while they took our son, into surgery. I sat frozen, Sophia asleep across my lap. "He called me the sad man after Chicago," Nathan said suddenly. "At the museum. Sophia told him I looked sad, and he remembered, called me the sad man from the museum. Don't. I couldn't handle his pain on top of mine. He's going to be okay. You don't know that. He has to be." The next 6 hours blurred. Nathan's assistant appeared with coffee, blankets, coloring books for when Sophia woke. His mother arrived at dawn, older, grayer, carrying the weight of knowledge. "I didn't know," she said simply, "about the threats, the investigators. I thought you'd left for money when Nathan cut you off." I had no energy for her guilt. He's 5 years old and he's never been in a hospital before. He was so scared. "He's strong," she said, "like his mother." When Dr. Martinez finally emerged, I couldn't read his expression. Nathan grabbed my hand, first time he'd touched me in 5 years. The surgery went well. We caught the infection in time. He'll need monitoring for the bleeding disorder, but he's going to be fine. I collapsed into Nathan, sobbing. He held me while I shook, his own tears silent but steady. Sophia woke, confused by the crowd of strangers who looked like her. "Where's Ethan?" "He's sleeping, baby." The doctors fixed his tummy. Is the sad man crying again? Nathan laughed through his tears. Yeah, sweetheart, but they're happy tears this time. She considered this. Okay, can I have juice? Life went on, even in crisis, especially in crisis. 3 months after Ethan's surgery, we'd developed a rhythm. Nathan came for Sunday dinners, awkward affairs where he tried too hard and I forgave too little. The twins called him Nathan, not Dad, not yet. But Ethan showed him his rock collection and Sophia let him read bedtime stories. Daniel had withdrawn gracefully, sending a single text. I'm here when you're ready to talk. I wasn't ready, might never be, but I kept the text. We should tell them, Nathan said one evening, watching the twins build blanket forts, about who I am. When they're ready, when I'm ready. Fair enough. He'd been patient, a new quality for him. The boy who demanded everything now waited for whatever scraps I offered. His penance, maybe, or growth. My laptop dinged with a new email. Anonymous sender, like the dozens of spam I deleted daily. But the subject line stopped me. The truth about Senator Cole's last campaign. Nathan was helping Ethan with his fort's structural integrity. I opened the email, photos, documents, recordings. Senator Cole hiring investigators to follow me. Forged medical documents claiming I was mentally unstable. A planned media campaign to discredit me if I ever came forward. Emails between him and high-powered lawyers discussing how to neutralize the threat to Nathan's future. But the last document, that shattered something in me. A contract. Nathan's signature at the bottom. He hadn't just known about his father's threats. He'd authorized them, paid for them. The timestamp showed 3 days after I told him about the pregnancy. Mama, look! Our fort's bigger than Nathan! Ethan's joy pierced through my fog. I closed the laptop carefully. Nathan glanced over, caught something in my expression. Everything okay? Fine. The lie came easily. I'd had 5 years of practice pretending everything was fine. Later, after he'd left with promises to bring his old telescope next week, Sophia wanted to see Saturn's rings. I sat alone in the dark. The email's sender had included one line of text. You deserve to know who you're letting near your children. Did I confront him? Blow up this fragile piece we'd built? The twins were happy, healing from the absence they'd never understood. Nathan seemed genuine in his attempts to make amends. But that contract, his signature approving the destruction of the woman he'd claimed to love. Sophia padded out in her astronaut pajamas. Mama, can't sleep. I pulled her into my lap, breathed in her shampoo-sweet hair. Bad dreams? No, good dreams. About rockets and Saturn and Nathan's telescope. That sounds nice, baby. Is Nathan our daddy? The question I dreaded, delivered with 5-year-old directness. What makes you ask that? He looks at us like Marcus's daddy looks at Marcus, all soft and careful, while his father plotted our burial. It's complicated, sweetheart. Everything's complicated with grown-ups, she sighed, world-weary at 5. Outside, snow began falling, the first of the season, clean and white, covering all the ugly beneath. Is this a new beginning? I whispered to the window. Or just the calm before another storm? The email waited in my laptop. The truth that could shatter everything. Tomorrow, I'd decide. Tonight, I held my daughter and watched the snow fall. My name is Emily Carter. And this is the story I've kept hidden for 7 years. The night my daughter collapsed on stage, all I could do was hold her fragile body and pray she kept breathing. But when the ER doors swung open, the man who rushed in to save her was the very same one who once walked away from me. And when his eyes locked on hers, eyes identical to his own, he whispered, "My God, she's mine." In that moment, my world shattered. Before I share the rest of my story, tell me where you're watching from in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you've ever faced a moment that turned your whole life upside down. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. The music stopped mid-note. One moment, my Lily was standing on that little wooden stage, her voice pure as morning light singing Twinkle, Twinkle. The next, she crumpled like a paper doll, her white dress pooling around her small body. I don't remember running. I don't remember screaming. I only remember the weight of her in my arms, too light, always too light, and the terrible stillness of her chest. 6 years I'd carried the secret. 6 years of doctor visits paid in cash, of lies about why her father wasn't around, of watching her sleep and counting each precious breath. The heart murmur they'd found when she was 2 had grown into something darker, something that stalked us through playground games and bedtime stories. Ma'am, we need to get her to Dallas Children's immediately. The paramedic's hands were gentle but firm as he tried to take her from me. I couldn't let go. Wouldn't. The ambulance ride blurred past in a haze of sirens and medical terms I'd memorized but never wanted to hear. Cardiac arrhythmia, decreased oxygen saturation, possible structural abnormality. Each word a stone in my chest. Dallas Children's Hospital loomed before us, all glass and steel and promises I couldn't afford to believe. They wheeled her away from me at the emergency entrance, and I followed like a ghost, my sneakers squeaking against the polished floors. "We need the pediatric cardiac surgeon," someone called out. "Page Dr. Hayes immediately." The world tilted. Hayes, no, not here, not now. But the universe has a cruel sense of timing, because the doors swung open and there he was. 7 years older, wearing scrubs instead of the Yankees cap he'd loved, but unmistakably Daniel. His hair was shorter now, touched with early silver at the temples. The laugh lines I used to trace with my fingertips had deepened into something more serious. He moved with the same confident grace that had once made me believe in forever, issuing orders with an authority that made nurses jump. Then his eyes found mine across the chaos, and for one heartbeat we were 22 again, planning a future that would never come. Recognition flickered, then confusion, then something I couldn't name. But he was already turning to Lily, professional mask sliding into place. His hands, those hands that had once held my face like I was precious, now moved over my daughter's chest, checking, assessing. "How long has she had the murmur?" His voice was all business, but I caught the slight tremor underneath. "Since she was 2, my own voice came out strangled." He glanced up sharply, started to speak, then his gaze caught on Lily's face. Really looked, and I saw the exact moment the ground shifted under his feet. The way his hands stilled, the quick intake of breath, the dart of his eyes from her face to mine and back again. "We need to run tests immediately." Daniel's voice had gone carefully neutral, but his knuckles were white as he gripped Lily's chart. Has she experienced syncope before? Syncope, fainting. Such a clinical word for the way my world stopped each time she fell. 3 times this year. I forced myself to meet his eyes. But never this bad. A young doctor appeared at Daniel's shoulder, beautiful in that polished way that made me acutely aware of my faded jeans and the coffee stain on my shirt. "Dr. Hayes, should I prep or 3? "Not yet, Rebecca." He didn't look away from Lily. "We need the echo first, full cardiac workup." Rebecca's gaze slid between us, sharp and calculating. I recognized that look. Possession, suspicion, the same combination I'd seen in Eleanor Hayes's eyes 7 years ago. They wheeled Lily away for tests, and I was left in a waiting room that smelled like fear and industrial disinfectant. Daniel disappeared with her, and I was grateful. I needed time to think, to prepare, to build back the walls that had crumbled the moment I'd heard his name. But he found me an hour later, holding 2 cups of coffee. "Black, no sugar," he said quietly, offering one. "Unless that's changed." Nothing about me had stayed the same since him, but I took it anyway. My hands shook. "She's stable," he said before I could ask. "But Emily?" He sat beside me, careful not to touch. "Her condition is more serious than you've been told. She needs surgery." "I know," the words scraped out. "I've known for a year, but the specialist in Tyler said she needed to be bigger, stronger, said to wait. The specialist in Tyler was wrong." His jaw tightened. "She needs intervention now, within days." I stared at my coffee, watching the cream I hadn't added swirl into patterns that looked like the future unraveling. "Emily, softer now. Is she?" He stopped, started again. "Her birthday." "When is her birthday?" The coffee cup crumpled in my hands, hot liquid spilling over my fingers. I couldn't answer. Couldn't lie to those eyes that had once seen through every wall I'd built. "March 15th, I whispered. I watched him do the math, watched the color drain from his face. 7 years melted away, and we were back in his apartment, me holding a pregnancy test with shaking hands while his mother's voice echoed from the answering machine. "I've withdrawn the tuition payment, Daniel. That girl is your past, your future is here." My God, he breathed the words like a prayer or a curse. "She's mine." Before I could respond, his phone buzzed. Rebecca's face filled the screen, a photo where she was pressed against his shoulder, smiling like she owned him. "We need to talk," he said, declining the call. "But first, I'm going to save our daughter." Our daughter. The words I'd never thought I'd hear hung between us like a bridge across 7 years of silence. The test results spread across Daniel's desk like accusations. He'd commanded a small office, away from prying eyes, and now sat across from me with Lily's medical history between us, 6 years of struggles laid bare in black and white. Tetralogy of Fallot with pulmonary stenosis. His finger traced the diagnosis. Every doctor who's seen her recommended surgery. Why did you wait? Money. The truth tasted bitter. Do you know what cardiac surgery costs without insurance? I've been saving, working 2 jobs, but it's never enough. His face went through a series of expressions: anger, hurt, something that might have been shame. I would have, if I'd known. Would you? The question shot out before I could stop it. Or would Eleanor have buried us both? His phone buzzed again. This time he answered, his voice clipped. Not now, Rebecca. I'm with a patient. I caught her response, shrill through the speaker. A patient? That woman isn't. He hung up. I need to call my mother, I said. She's watching the neighbor's kids, but she'll want to know. Your mother? His eyes softened. How is Anna? Dead. I watched him flinch. Cancer, 4 years ago, right after Lily's diagnosis. Another stone in the wall between us. Another thing he'd missed. Emily, I'm sorry, I didn't. He stopped, ran a hand through his hair. There's so much I don't know. Whose fault is that? But the anger was hollow now, worn thin by years of carrying it. A knock interrupted us. The door opened without invitation, and my nightmare walked in wearing Chanel and 7 years of aged malice. Eleanor Hayes looked exactly the same. Platinum hair sculpted to perfection, diamonds catching the fluorescent lights, mouth carved into the same dismissive line I remembered. Daniel, Rebecca called. She's concerned about... Eleanor's gaze found me and sharpened to a blade. You, Mother. Daniel stood, positioning himself between us. This isn't the time. On the contrary. She stepped around him, eyes raking over me like she was cataloging my failures. Miss Carter, still causing problems, I see. Mrs. Hayes. I didn't stand, couldn't. My daughter is sick. Your daughter? She smiled, cold as February. Yes, I've been informed of your... claim. It's not a claim, Daniel said quietly. Lily is mine. The blood type match alone. Blood types can be coincidental. Eleanor's voice cut like glass. We'll need proper testing, of course. Chain of custody, legal verification. I watched Daniel's face change, watched him see his mother clearly for maybe the first time. She's 6 years old, he said slowly. She's lying in a hospital bed with a heart that could stop at any moment. And you're worried about paperwork? I'm worried about protecting this family. Eleanor's mask slipped, showing something ugly underneath, just as I did 7 years ago. The admission hung in the air like a confession. Daniel went very still. What did you do? Eleanor straightened her pearls, a tell I remembered from the handful of family dinners I'd endured. I protected your future. That girl would have ruined everything we'd built. That girl has a name. My voice surprised me, steady when everything inside was shaking. And she's been raising your granddaughter alone while you played God with our lives. Granddaughter? Eleanor laughed, brittle as old bones. We'll see about that. She swept out, leaving cologne and cruelty in her wake. Daniel sank into his chair, suddenly looking older than his 36 years. I didn't know, he said quietly. About what she did? I thought you left because... He stopped. It doesn't matter what I thought. I left because she paid me to. The words I'd never said aloud fell between us like stones. $30,000 and a promise to destroy my scholarship if I didn't disappear. I was 22 and pregnant and terrified, and she knew exactly which buttons to push. His hands clenched on the desk. She paid you? I never cashed the check. I pulled out my phone, showed him the photo I'd kept all these years. That damned check, Eleanor's precise handwriting spelling out my worth. But I kept it to remind myself that some people's love comes with a price tag. Emily, I need to see Lily. I stood, exhaustion making me sway. Whatever else we need to discuss can wait until after she's safe. He led me through corridors that blurred together, past nurses who watched us with curious eyes. Rebecca appeared twice more, each time deflected by Daniel with increasing irritation. Lily looked so small in the hospital bed, dwarfed by machines and wires. I took her hand, careful of the IV, and felt her fingers curl around mine, even in sleep. The surgery, I said without looking at him. When? Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. He moved to the other side of her bed, and for a moment we stood like the family we'd never been. I'll do it myself. Is that allowed? Operating on your own? I couldn't say daughter, not yet. She needs the best, that's me. No arrogance in it, just fact. I've done over 300 of these repairs. I won't let anyone else touch her. A nurse appeared with paperwork, consent forms, risk acknowledgements, words like complications and mortality rate that made my hands shake as I signed. There's something else, the nurse said hesitantly. Dr. Hayes requested a genetic panel, priority processing, but the results... She frowned at her tablet. They're showing no biological relationship between Dr. Hayes and the patient. The world tilted again. Daniel grabbed the tablet, scanned the results. This is wrong. Run it again. We did. Twice. The nurse looked uncomfortable. I'm sorry, but the lab confirmed. The lab is wrong. His voice had gone dangerously quiet. I want the samples recollected. New technician, document every step. But I saw the doubt creeping in, saw him look at Lily with new eyes, and felt another piece of my heart break. You believe her? I stared at Daniel across Lily's bed, watching doubt poison his features. After everything, you believe I'm lying? I don't know what to believe. He held the tablet like it might change its mind. The science is wrong. But even as I said it, I felt the ground shifting. Who had handled those samples? Who had processed them? A soft knock interrupted. Maria, the night nurse who'd been kind to me, peered around the door. Mrs. Carter, could I speak with you? I followed her into the hallway, Daniel's suspicious gaze burning my back. Maria glanced around nervously. I shouldn't say anything, but I was here when they collected the samples. Dr. Thornton, Rebecca, she insisted on handling them personally. Said it was high priority. My blood chilled. She's not a lab tech. No, but she has access. And she and Dr. Hayes? Maria trailed off meaningfully. Just be careful. That woman has plans, and you're in the way. She hurried off before I could ask more. I returned to find Daniel on his phone, voice low and angry. I don't care what the lab says. I want an independent facility. Chain of custody documentation. He saw me and ended the call. We'll get to the bottom of this. Will we? Exhaustion made me reckless. Or will you let them convince you I'm just another gold digger trying to trap the great Dr. Hayes? That's not... He stopped. I know you, Emily. You wouldn't lie about this. You knew me. Past tense. I sank into the chair beside Lily's bed. Just like I knew the man who promised we'd face everything together. But that man let his mother run me out of town while he was in surgery, saving other people's children. I looked for you. The words came out raw. For months. Your apartment was empty. Your phone disconnected. Even your mother wouldn't tell me where you'd gone. Because Eleanor threatened to destroy her too. Bad credit mysteriously appearing. Mortgage problems. Amazing what money can do. I stroked Lily's hair, kneading the anchor. We ran to Texas and started over. New names on everything. Cash only. Like criminals, except our only crime was loving you. His phone buzzed. A message that made his face darken. What now? I asked. My mother. She's called a family meeting. Tomorrow, after the surgery. He showed me the text. With lawyers. Of course she had. Eleanor Hayes never met a problem she couldn't solve with litigation. She can't take her, I said, but fear made it a question. No court would. He stopped, looked at the falsified test results. We need real proof. And we need to know who's helping her. As if summoned, Rebecca appeared in the doorway, all concern and pressed scrubs. Daniel, I heard about the mix-up with the tests. How awful. Should I arrange for new ones? I watched her performance, saw Daniel's eyes narrow as he finally started to see the truth. That won't be necessary, he said carefully. I'll handle it personally. Her smile flickered, just for a second, but it was enough. Dawn came like judgment. I hadn't slept, hadn't left Lily's side except to sign more papers and drink coffee that tasted like liquid fear. Daniel had disappeared around 3 a.m. to prep for surgery, leaving me alone with my daughter and the weight of what came next. Mama? Lily's voice, whisper thin, pulled me from my spiral. Hey, baby girl. I smoothed her hair, careful of the monitors. How do you feel? Scared. Her honesty broke me. At 6, she understood more than I'd wanted her to. Is the doctor nice? The nicest. Not a lie. Whatever else Daniel was, he'd been gentle with her. And he's the best heart doctor in Texas, maybe in the world. He looks like the picture. She yawned. The one in your jewelry box. My heart stopped. What picture, sweetheart? The man at the beach, with a pretty smile. Her eyes fluttered closed again. Is he my daddy? Before I could answer, before I could figure out how to answer, they came to take her. A parade of medical professionals in surgical caps and kind eyes. Daniel at the center like a general preparing for war. He stopped beside me. 4 hours, maybe less if everything goes smoothly. His hand covered mine, brief but warm. I'll take care of her, Em. I promise. Em. He hadn't called me that since the morning I'd left, when he'd kissed me goodbye at his apartment door, neither of us knowing it was the last time. I know. And I did. Whatever else lay broken between us, I trusted him with her life. They wheeled her away, and I collapsed in the surgical waiting room. Other families clustered in corners, each carrying their own weight of worry. I envied them their ignorance of my particular grief. 2 hours in, Maria found me. "There's someone here to see you," she said carefully. "Says he's Dr. Hayes's father." Marcus Hayes stood in the hallway like a man approaching a gallows. Where Eleanor was sharp edges and cold perfection, he was softer, worn down by years of choosing peace over principle. "Emily." He took my hands, surprising me. "I'm sorry. For all of it." "Mr. Hayes." "Marcus, please. I need you to know that I didn't agree with what Eleanor did, but I was weak. I let her convince me it was for the best." He pulled out an envelope, hands shaking. "This might help." Inside were photographs, Daniel and me at his graduation, my acceptance letter to Columbia's graduate program, the one that had mysteriously lost its funding, and a recording device. "She kept records of everything," Marcus said quietly. "Insurance, she called it. This is from the day she visited you. The threats, the bribe, all of it." "Why now?" My voice came out strangled. "Because I'm tired of watching my son live half a life. Because that little girl deserves better than our family's poison." He squeezed my shoulder. "And because some sins need confession." As he left, my phone buzzed. "Daniel. She's doing beautifully. 2 more hours." I clutched the envelope and let myself hope. The conference room smelled like leather and old money. Eleanor sat at the head of the table like a queen holding court, flanked by 2 lawyers who looked like they ate smaller lawyers for breakfast. Rebecca perched to her right, tablet in hand, playing the perfect protege. I sat alone on my side, still wearing yesterday's clothes, running on coffee and 2 hours of stolen sleep in the surgical waiting room. But Lily was alive, breathing on her own, her repaired heart beating steady and strong. Nothing else mattered. "Now then," Eleanor began, sliding a folder across the table. "Let's discuss terms." Daniel entered before I could respond, still in scrubs, exhaustion carved into every line of his face. He took the chair beside me without hesitation. "Mother, what is this?" "Protecting our interests." She didn't look at him. "Miss Carter has made certain claims. Our daughter nearly died yesterday." His voice could have frozen hell. "And your priority is paperwork? The DNA results," Rebecca started, "are fabricated." I placed Marcus's envelope on the table. "But you already knew that, didn't you, Rebecca? When you personally handled the samples? When you made sure the results showed what Eleanor wanted?" Rebecca's face went white. "I don't know what you're implying." "I'm not implying anything." I pulled out the recording device. "Would you like to hear Eleanor's greatest hits? The threats she made 7 years ago? Or should we skip to the part where she discusses bribing a lab tech last week?" Eleanor's mask finally cracked. "Where did you get that?" "Does it matter?" Daniel took the device, his face darkening as he listened. His mother's voice, crystal clear, detailing exactly how she'd destroyed our lives. "This proves nothing," Eleanor said, but her voice had lost its edge. "Ancient history." "No." Daniel stood slowly. "This proves everything. It proves you're so consumed with control that you'd falsify medical records. It proves you drove away the woman I loved and kept my daughter from me. It proves Rebecca is complicit in fraud that could cost her medical license." "Daniel, please." Rebecca reached for him. "You're done here." He didn't even look at her. "I'll be filing reports with the medical board and the police. I suggest you get a lawyer." She fled. Eleanor's lawyers exchanged nervous glances. "As for you," Daniel turned to his mother, "you're going to sign whatever documents Emily's lawyer prepares. You're going to stay away from our daughter. And if you ever try to interfere in our lives again, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what Eleanor Hayes is beneath the pearls and charity galas. You wouldn't dare try me." He pulled out his phone, showed her a screen. "I've already sent copies of everything to Dad. He's with his lawyer now, discussing divorce terms. Turns out fraud and bribery are grounds for a forensic accounting of all family assets, including the foundation." Eleanor aged 10 years in 10 seconds. Without another word, she gathered her things and left, her lawyers scrambling after her. Daniel sank back into his chair. "I'm sorry. For all of it. For not seeing. For not protecting you. It's not your fault." "Yes, it is." He turned to me fully. "I should have fought harder, looked longer. I should have known you wouldn't just disappear." 6 months later, I stood in the same hospital, but everything had changed. Lily raced down the corridor, her sneakers squeaking on the polished floor, running because she could now, because her heart was strong and whole. She launched herself at Daniel, who caught her easily, spinning her around until she shrieked with laughter. "Daddy, look!" She showed him the picture she'd drawn in art therapy, a house with 3 stick figures standing in front, holding hands. "That's us." Us, such a simple word for such a complicated journey. The custody papers had been signed within days of Eleanor's retreat. Daniel's name on Lily's birth certificate. Joint custody that we'd slowly shaped into something more like a family. Dinners that stretched longer. Bedtime stories with both of us perched on her bed. Mornings that found him at my kitchen table, teaching Lily to play chess while I made pancakes. Nice picture, princess. He set her down gently. Why don't you show Nurse Maria? I bet she'd love to see it. Lily scampered off, and we were alone in the corridor where everything had started. The job offer? He said quietly. Have you decided? Columbia had reinstated my acceptance, 7 years late but with full funding. A chance to finish what I'd started, to become the researcher I'd once dreamed of being. The catch? It meant New York. I don't know. I watched Lily charm the nurses, her laughter echoing off the walls. It's not just my decision anymore. No, he agreed. It's ours. Ours. Another simple word that held universes. I've been thinking, he continued. Mount Sinai has been courting me. Cardiac surgery department head, better hours, and it's 20 minutes from Columbia. I turned to stare at him. You'd leave Texas? Your practice? I'd leave anything for her. He paused. For both of you. The words hung between us, weighted with possibility. We'd been dancing around this for months. The feelings that had never quite died, the family we were building on the ashes of what we'd lost. Daniel. I know we can't just pick up where we left off. He stepped closer, but maybe we could start somewhere new. Take it slow, see what happens when nobody's pulling the strings. My phone buzzed. Marcus, sending another photo of the house he was renovating in Austin, far from Eleanor's influence. He'd become an unexpected grandfather, spoiling Lily with books and puzzles and quiet affection. What about Rebecca? I asked. The investigation? Medical license suspended pending review. Eleanor's paying her legal fees to keep her quiet. His smile was grim. They deserve each other. Lily ran back, clutching a lollipop from the nurse's station. Mama, can we get ice cream? Daddy promised if I was good for my checkup. Did he now? I raised an eyebrow at Daniel, who shrugged unrepentantly. Mint chocolate chip, they said in unison, then grinned at each other. My heart, unlike my daughter's, had never needed surgical repair. But watching them together, I felt it healing all the same. We walked out of the hospital together, Lily between us, her hands in ours. Not the family we'd planned, but the one we'd fought for, the one we'd earned. That envelope had arrived 3 weeks ago. No return address, just photos from our college years and a note. The past has teeth, but the future has wings. I'd thrown it away. Whatever shadows lurked in Eleanor's past, whatever secrets she'd buried, they could stay buried. We had our own future to build. My name is Sophia Martinez, the woman who spent 10 years raising a child alone, hiding a truth the world could never imagine. But then the moment came crashing down. The doctor treating my son was the very man who once abandoned me. When he looked into my boy's eyes, his own eyes, he dropped the stethoscope, and in that instant, my secret was no longer mine to keep. Before I share my full story, tell me where you're watching from in the comments. Hit like and subscribe if you've ever fought through the impossible for your family. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. The emergency room doors burst open, and my hands moved on autopilot. Compress the wound, check vitals, keep him alive. 10 years of nursing had taught me to push everything else aside when someone's life hung in the balance. But nothing had prepared me for the moment I looked up and saw the new chief of surgery striding toward us. Ethan Caldwell. My fingers trembled against the patient's neck as I checked for a pulse. The same hazel eyes that had once looked at me with such certainty when he'd said I wasn't mature enough for his world. The same confident stride that had carried him out of my life when I was 18 and drowning in morning sickness. Good work on the compression, he said, his voice professional, detached. As if we'd never shared anything more than a hallway. As if he hadn't left me standing in the rain outside his apartment, begging him to reconsider. I forced myself to focus on the patient. A construction worker, crushed ribs, internal bleeding. My hands knew what to do even when my mind screamed to run. Ethan's surgical mask couldn't hide the slight furrow of his brow as he glanced at my name tag. Sophia Martinez, he read aloud, and something flickered in his eyes. Recognition? Regret? I'd never know because I was already backing away, letting other nurses take over. I need to check on another patient, I lied, fleeing before he could say anything else. In the break room, I gripped the edge of the sink until my knuckles went white. 10 years. I'd survived 10 years without him knowing about Daniel. About the nights I'd worked 3 jobs to afford formula. About holding our son through fevers while studying for my nursing exams by the light of my phone. I managed to avoid Ethan for exactly 3 days. Chicago General wasn't big enough to hide forever, especially when the new chief seemed determined to revolutionize every department. He was everywhere: morning rounds, staff meetings, even the cafeteria where I usually grabbed a quick lunch between shifts. "Mom, you're being weird," Daniel said over breakfast on Thursday. He pushed his cereal around, those hazel eyes, his father's eyes, studying me with 10-year-old intensity. "You keep checking your phone like something bad's gonna happen." I forced a smile. "Just work stuff, baby. Eat your cereal." "Is it about the hospital maybe closing?" Nurse Kelly said. "The hospital's not closing." I cut him off, though I wasn't sure that was true. Rumors had been flying about some medical corporation wanting to buy us out. And don't eavesdrop on adult conversations. He rolled his eyes, another gesture that was pure Ethan. Sometimes I wondered how I'd kept this secret when my son was a walking mirror of his father. The same stubborn chin, the same way of tilting his head when thinking. Even their hands were identical, long fingers that Daniel used for sketching, the way Ethan had once used them to trace my face in the dark. That afternoon, fate laughed at my attempts to hide. Daniel's school called. He'd forgotten his inhaler, and with his mild asthma, they wouldn't let him participate in PE without it. I rushed to the school, then back to the hospital where he was supposed to wait in the lobby while I finished my shift. I found them together. Daniel sat on one of the plastic chairs, animatedly explaining something on his sketchpad to the man crouched beside him. Ethan listened with genuine interest, and for a moment I saw what we could have been. Father and son, bonding over Daniel's drawings of superheroes and spaceships. "Daniel," my voice came out sharper than intended. Both of them looked up, and the similarity hit me like a physical blow. Time to go to the break room. "But Mom, Dr. Caldwell was just..." "Now, Daniel." My son gathered his things, shooting me the look that meant we'd be having a discussion later. Ethan stood slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "He's a talented artist," he said quietly. "How old is he?" "That's none of your business." I grabbed Daniel's backpack, my hands shaking. 10? Ethan's voice was barely a whisper. "Sophia, is he?" "Don't." I backed away, pulling Daniel with me. "Just don't." But I could see the wheels turning in his head, the mental math that every woman who's hidden this secret fears. The way his face paled as he calculated backward from Daniel's age to that last night we'd been together. The night he'd promised we'd figure everything out, right before his father had called and reminded him about the family expectations, the suitable matches, the carefully planned future that didn't include a Latina girl from the wrong side of Chicago. That night, Mom's heart monitor beeped its familiar rhythm as I sat beside her hospital bed. She'd been admitted again, her heart condition worsening with each passing month. The bills were piling up, even with my employee discount. "Mija," she whispered, her hand finding mine. "You look worried." I wanted to tell her everything. How Ethan was back, how I'd spent 10 years building walls that were crumbling after just 3 days. How Daniel had already started asking why the new doctor looked at him funny. Instead, I squeezed her hand and lied. "Just tired, Mama. Rest now." The confrontation came sooner than expected. Ethan cornered me in the supply closet, professionally, of course, asking about inventory procedures, but I could see the real question burning in his eyes. "His blood type," he said quietly, closing the door behind him. I saw it on his visitor form. B negative, same as mine. Lots of people have B negative blood. I busied myself counting gauze packages, anything to avoid his gaze. "Sophia." His hand covered mine, stopping my frantic movements. "Please, I need to know." The touch undid me. 10 years of anger, hurt, and loneliness came flooding out. "Now you need to know? Where was this need when I stood outside your apartment in the rain? When your father's secretary handed me a check and told me to take care of the problem?" He jerked back as if I'd slapped him. "What? My father did what?" "Oh, please." I laughed, but it came out broken. "Don't pretend you didn't know. $5,000 to make me go away." I threw it back in her face. "Sophia, I swear I didn't." He ran his hands through his hair, the same gesture Daniel made when frustrated. "After I left that night, my father said you'd agreed to, that you'd taken money and left town. I tried calling, but your number was disconnected." "Because I couldn't afford the bill." The words exploded out of me. I was 18, pregnant, and my parents kicked me out when I refused to give up the baby. Your baby, our son. The silence stretched between us, heavy with a decade of miscommunication and pain. Finally, Ethan sank onto a box of supplies, looking every one of his 38 years. Daniel's mine. It wasn't a question. Biologically, yes, but he's mine in every way that matters. I crossed my arms, ready to fight. I've been his mother, father, provider, and protector for 10 years. You don't get to waltz in now and, I want to know him. His voice was raw. Please, Sophia, I want to know my son. The truth has a way of spreading like wildfire in a hospital. Within days, whispers followed me down hallways. The single mom, the chief's secret baby, the decade-old scandal. But the gossip was nothing compared to Daniel's reaction when he overheard two nurses talking. I found him in the parking garage, sitting behind a concrete pillar with tears streaming down his face. Is it true? He asked, his voice so small. Is Dr. Caldwell my dad? My heart shattered. I'd planned to tell him gently, carefully, with a child psychologist present. Not like this. Never like this. Yes, I whispered, sliding down beside him. I'm so sorry, baby. I wanted to protect you. From what? From having a dad? His anger surprised us both. All the other kids have dads, and you let me think mine was dead. I never said he was dead. You never said anything. He jumped up, fists clenched. You lied. Both of you lied. He ran before I could stop him, disappearing into the evening crowd. I called everywhere. His friends, the comic book store, the park where he liked to sketch. Nothing. It was Ethan who found him 2 hours later, sitting on the hospital's roof access stairs. I watched from the doorway as they talked, unable to hear the words but seeing Daniel's shoulders shake with sobs. Ethan didn't try to hug him, he just sat there, leaving space between them, talking quietly until Daniel's tears slowed. He wants to know why, Ethan said when they finally came down. Daniel had fallen asleep against his shoulder, exhausted from crying. Why I left. Why you didn't tell him. Why we can't just fix it now. I stroked Daniel's hair, avoiding Ethan's eyes. What did you tell him? The truth, that I was young and stupid and scared. That you were brave and strong and did everything to protect him. That we both love him, even if we're still figuring out how to show it. He paused. Was that okay? I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Veronica Hale slithered back into our lives. Ethan's ex-girlfriend, the suitable match his father had chosen, now worked as lead counsel for MedCorp, the company trying to buy our hospital. She appeared at my station during a night shift, perfectly manicured nails tapping on the counter. Sophia Martinez, the woman who trapped Ethan with a baby. I think you're lost. The psych ward is on the 3rd floor. I didn't look up from my charts. Cute. She leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to convince Ethan to support the hospital sale, or every news outlet in Chicago will know about his bastard child. Imagine the headlines. Respected surgeon's sordid past. It won't just ruin him. It'll destroy any chance your son has at a normal life. Get out! My voice shook with rage. Now! You have 1 week. She straightened her designer suit. Oh, and I have photos. Your son at school, at the park. Such a handsome boy. Be a shame if his classmates saw his family's dirty laundry splashed across social media. After she left, I ran to the bathroom and threw up. The thought of Daniel being hurt because of choices I'd made, because of secrets I'd kept, it was unbearable. But telling Ethan about Veronica's threat felt like inviting more danger into our already fragile situation. That weekend, I found myself doing something I'd sworn I'd never do, accepting Ethan's help. Mom's condition had worsened, and her cardiologist recommended a specialist who didn't take our insurance. Let me pay for it, Ethan said quietly as we stood in the hospital corridor. Please, it's the least I can do. Pride warred with desperation. Daniel sat with his grandmother, reading her favorite book aloud. I couldn't lose her too. It's a loan, I said finally. I'll pay you back. He didn't argue, just made the call. Watching him arrange the appointment, handle the insurance mess, advocate for my mother, it stirred something I'd buried deep. This wasn't the boy who'd run at the first sign of trouble. This was a man who understood consequences, who stayed when things got hard. Veronica made good on her threat. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. Hospital chief's secret love child scandal. My phone exploded with calls from reporters and photographers camped outside our apartment building. Daniel's school called. Parents were complaining, asking if that family really belonged in their district. I kept Daniel home, both of us prisoners in our tiny apartment. He pressed his face against the window, watching the circus below. This is my fault, he whispered. If I hadn't talked to Dad at the hospital. No, I pulled him close. None of this is your fault. Adults made choices, and now adults have to fix them. The buzzer rang. Another reporter, probably. But Ethan's voice came through the speaker. It's me. Can I come up? Daniel looked at me with such hope that I couldn't say no. Ethan entered, carrying grocery bags and looking haggard. I brought dinner. Figured you couldn't go out? He set everything on our cramped counter, then turned to face us. I've called a press conference for tomorrow. I'm going to tell them everything. Claim Daniel publicly. Take responsibility for abandoning you both. Your career, I started, doesn't matter. He knelt in front of Daniel. You matter. Your mom matters. I've spent 10 years building a reputation, and for what? So I could impress people who'd threaten a child to get their way? He looked at me. I'm done running, Sophia. Whatever happens, we face it together. Daniel threw himself into Ethan's arms, and I saw my son's desperate need for his father. For the first time in a decade, I let myself consider that maybe we could find a way forward. That night, while Daniel slept between us on the couch, too scared to sleep alone, Ethan told me the truth about his father's machinations, the lies he'd been fed, the years he'd spent wondering what happened to me. I hired an investigator once, he admitted quietly. But you'd moved so many times, changed your number. It was like you'd vanished. I was surviving. I watched Daniel's chest rise and fall. Every move was because I couldn't afford rent. Every job change was for 50 cents more an hour. I wasn't hiding. I was drowning. His hand found mine in the dark. I'm sorry. God, Sophia, I'm so sorry. The press conference was a disaster and a triumph all at once. Ethan stood at the podium, calm and steady, as he dismantled his own carefully built image. 10 years ago, I was a coward, he said simply. I abandoned the woman I loved and the child we created because I was afraid of responsibility, of disappointing my family, of being imperfect. Sophia Martinez raised our son alone, with grace and strength I can only aspire to. I'm grateful she's allowing me the chance to know him now. But Veronica wasn't done. That afternoon, she filed an emergency custody petition claiming I was an unfit mother who'd hidden a child from his father. The court date was set for Friday, 3 days to prepare for the fight of my life. She can't win this. Ethan paced my living room, on the phone with his third lawyer of the day. No judge would. He stopped, listening, his face going pale. What? I demanded when he hung up. She has photos. You leaving Daniel alone at the hospital while you worked, him walking home by himself. They're trying to paint you as neglectful. He slumped on my second-hand couch. This is my fault. If I just stood up to my father 10 years ago. Stop. I sat beside him, exhausted beyond measure. We can't change the past. We can only protect Daniel now. It was Daniel who saved us in the end. Unbeknownst to any of us, he'd been recording videos on his phone, a diary of sorts. He showed them to Ethan's lawyer the night before court. Look, he said, pulling up video after video. Mom reading to me every night even when she's so tired she can barely keep her eyes open. Mom working on her laptop while I sleep because she's getting another degree to make more money. Mom crying in the bathroom after she thinks I'm asleep because she's scared but doesn't want me to know. The last video was from the week before. I was asleep on his bed, still in my scrubs after a 12-hour shift. Daniel's voice whispered, My mom is a superhero. She doesn't wear a cape, but she saves people every day, and she saved me by never giving up. The custody hearing never happened. That morning, news broke that MedCorp was under federal investigation for healthcare fraud. Veronica, as their lead counsel, was implicated in covering up falsified Medicare claims. She withdrew the petition and disappeared, leaving behind a trail of scandals that made our small family drama yesterday's news. But the real victory came smaller, quieter moments. Ethan showing up for Daniel's school play, sitting beside me in the auditorium like we were any other family. Daniel's joy when Ethan taught him to throw a proper spiral in the park. My mother's tears when Ethan called her mom for the first time. I have something to tell you, Ethan said one evening as we watched Daniel do homework at the kitchen table. I've been offered chief positions at 3 hospitals in New York. Big money, lots of prestige. My heart sank. Of course, this had been temporary, a guilt-driven interlude in his real life. I turned them all down. He continued quietly. I've actually accepted a different position, director of the new community clinic on the South Side. Less money, longer hours, but, he shrugged. It's where I'm needed, where we're needed, if you'll have me. I couldn't speak. This man who'd once run from the mere idea of responsibility was choosing the harder path, the messier life, the complicated love we'd created. I know I can't make up for 10 years, he said, taking my hand. But I'd like to try for the next 10, and the 10 after that. Daniel looked up from his homework, hope bright in his eyes. Does this mean you're staying? Like, for real staying? Ethan met my gaze, waiting. In his eyes, I saw the boy who'd promised me everything, the man who'd broken those promises, and the father who was trying to forge new ones. Yeah, baby, I said finally, my voice steady despite the tears. He's staying. 6 months later, I stood in our new house. Nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom rental near the lake, watching Ethan and Daniel work on a science project at the kitchen table. My mother dozed in her chair, recovering well from her surgery. The walls held Daniel's artwork alongside photos of all of us together. It wasn't perfect. We still had counseling appointments, difficult conversations, moments when the past reared up between us. Trust, once shattered, took time to rebuild. But as Daniel laughed at something Ethan said, as my mother smiled in her sleep, as I felt the weight of a decade's struggle finally lifting, I knew we'd found something worth fighting for. Not the family we should have been, but the family we'd chosen to become. Outside, Chicago stretched toward the lake, and somewhere in that vast city was the girl I'd been, scared and alone. I wished I could tell her it would be okay, that the broken road would lead somewhere beautiful, that starting over wasn't about erasing the past, but building something new from its foundations. Mom, come see, Daniel called, and I went to join my family, ready for whatever came next. I am Evelyn Carter, and I will never forget the moment my ex-husband stood in a glittering room, raised his champagne glass, and mocked. She's 46, expired, who would ever want a woman like that? In that instant, the whole world turned to see me as a loser. But what they didn't know was that very moment lit the fuse for his downfall, and marked the beginning of my return. Before I share my story, tell me in the comments where you're watching from. Hit the like button and subscribe if you've ever overcome a painful chapter in your life. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. They say the real pain doesn't come from being abandoned. It comes from that moment when you realize the person who once swore to protect you is the very one who drags you into the spotlight to humiliate you. I used to think I was strong, that after the divorce I could quietly retreat, preserving what little dignity I had left. But that night, in a room glittering with crystal light and the extravagant laughter of Manhattan's elite, everything I had tried so hard to protect dissolved into smoke. The fundraising gala was held at the Plaza Hotel, where sweeping gowns brushed the floor and tailored tuxedos felt like an unspoken uniform. I stood in the corner, silently lifting a glass of champagne, trying to blend into the glamorous painting around me. After 19 years of marriage, this was the first time I'd attended such an event without the title of Richard Hale's wife. Richard entered as though the room belonged to him, tall silver streaks in his hair, his tailored suit cut perfectly to fit a man who carried power like a second skin. At his side was Samantha, a model nearly 2 decades younger than me, her crimson lips and triumphant gaze impossible to miss. I knew that look well. I had worn it once myself, when I was younger, and still believed love could withstand the cruelty of the world. Richard's laugh echoed, strong, magnetic. He clapped the shoulders of investors, raised his glass in toasts. Then, deliberately, his voice rang louder than necessary. You know, Richard said, his tone crisp and performative, I've freed myself from old burdens. Evelyn, I wish her the best. But let's be honest, who really wants to start over at 46? That's the real tragedy. Laughter rippled through the circle of men around him. A few women my age turned away, their expressions tight with discomfort but silent all the same. Samantha only smiled sweetly, gripping Richard's arm like a declaration of victory. I heard every word. No one realized how close I stood, hidden just behind the white floral curtain by the buffet. It felt as though my skin had been stripped bare, as though the years I had sacrificed for his career and reputation were erased in a single sentence. I wanted to leave at once, but my legs felt anchored to the polished floor. When I finally managed to move, a hand caught the sleeve of my dress. It was Clara, my closest friend since college. Her eyes burned with a mix of anger and sorrow. You heard everything? She whispered. I nodded, swallowing back tears. I suppose that's how he wants people to remember me. Clara squeezed my hand firmly. No, you are not a tragedy. He will pay for his arrogance. I didn't answer. All I wanted was to escape, from the blinding lights, the jazz music, the whispers filled with pity and curiosity. Stepping onto Fifth Avenue, the November wind cut cold against my face. I clutched my coat tighter, watching the city lights blur through my tears. That night, I returned to my small Brooklyn apartment. No luxury, no view of Central Park. Only the distant rumble of subway trains. I sat by the window, poured myself a glass of wine, and let the tears fall. Not because I still loved him, but because I had just been erased from my own life. But there was one thing Richard didn't know. Silence does not mean surrender, and sometimes humiliation is only the spark that ignites a fire the mocker never expects. My story didn't end that night. In truth, it was only the first crack in the wall of arrogance Richard believed unbreakable. And from that crack, things I had never imagined would begin to surface, leading me down a path I never thought I would take. There are voids that no amount of money or well-meaning words can fill. People may call it freedom, but for me, the first days after divorce were nothing more than a heavy silence. No more lavish parties, no more schedules packed with my husband's business meetings. I suddenly had too much time and no idea what to do with it. My Brooklyn apartment was small, 2 bedrooms and a living room that overlooked a busy street. In the mornings, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting light on bare walls. I often sat for hours by the window, watching people hurry to work, listening to the honk of cars, the rumble of the subway below. The world kept moving, while I remained stuck among the shards of a broken marriage. At first, I simply withdrew. I avoided mirrors, even the sight of my own reflection. I stacked the kitchen counter with old books, unfinished art research manuscripts I had once dreamed of completing. I read, took notes, abandoned them, and repeated the cycle, pretending I still had some sense of purpose. But the truth was, I felt invisible. At night, I opened bottles of cheap wine and sat alone with my thoughts. Sometimes I left the TV running until morning, not to watch but to drown out the deafening silence of the apartment. Texts from my son, away at college in Boston, came late and brief. Busy with exams. You okay, Mom? I never wanted to burden him, so I replied with the same words every time. I'm fine. Focus on school. Clara stopped by a few times, bringing food and a little too much concern. One evening, as I closed a book, she sighed. Evelyn, you can't go on like this. You have to step outside. You have to let people see that you still exist. I gave a bitter smile. What do I have to show? A middle-aged woman left behind for someone half her age? Clara set her coffee cup down with a thud. No, you're Evelyn Carter, the woman who once had a brilliant future in art, the lecturer who lit up her students' imaginations. You are not his shadow. I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to believe her, but another part whispered, if I truly had worth, would Richard have discarded me so easily? On rainy days, I walked the neighborhood. I watched couples holding hands, mothers chasing after children, old men lingering outside cafes. I felt like a ghost drifting through their lives, unnoticed, irrelevant. And in that silence, I began to wonder if Richard's cruel words at the gala might have been true, that at my age, I had already expired. But there was something strange. The deeper I sank into sorrow, the more I felt a quiet rage flickering inside me, angry at him for humiliating me, angry at myself for believing my life could only revolve around a man, angry at the years I had let slip away, forgetting who I once was. I didn't yet know what to do with that anger. But in those long, sleepless nights, with the sound of traffic outside and yellow lights streaming through the window, I began to realize one truth. I could not live like this forever. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to change. And then, by chance, the first door opened. A letter I almost threw away. A single line that stirred something in me after months of numbness. I didn't know where it would lead, but for the first time in a long while, I felt a reason to step outside my small apartment. There are moments in life that seem small, almost trivial, yet they open an entirely new path. Not the grand decisions, but a letter, a phone call, or even a name that reminds you of who you used to be. For me, that moment came on a gray, rainy afternoon when I finally tore open an envelope I had left untouched for weeks. The cream-colored envelope bore the logo of a private art foundation in Washington, D.C. I was ready to toss it into the trash with the rest of the junk mail, but my eyes caught the words, Symposium on Art and Digital Preservation, a conference gathering, scholars, collectors, and technologists. I hesitated, torn between the inertia that had consumed me and the flicker of curiosity I thought I'd lost. I brought the letter to Clara. She skimmed it, then looked up, her eyes alight. Evelyn, you have to go. This is your chance to step back into the world where you belong. I frowned. Go for what? To sit in a corner, listening to people talk about things I left behind 20 years ago? No, Clara said firmly. Go to remember what you loved. Go to find yourself again. The next morning, I packed a plain gray dress, not the designer kind once chosen to fit the image of a businessman's wife, but the one I had worn defending my thesis years ago. I tucked a few notebooks and pens into my bag, as if to reassure myself that I was still a scholar, however long I had abandoned that role. Washington greeted me with the bite of early winter. The symposium was held in an old limestone building, modest and quiet, no reporters, no flashing cameras. I chose a seat at the back of the hall, planning to listen quietly and slip away unnoticed. But then something unexpected happened. The final speaker took the stage, Dr. Nathaniel Cross. I had long known his name, the founder of a multi-billion-dollar cybersecurity firm, famous for his secrecy, rarely seen in public. Rumor had it he owned one of the largest private art collections in America. He didn't speak with fanfare or rehearsed rhetoric. He walked slowly, his deep voice steady, reflecting on art as a form of data, on the collector's duty not to possess but to preserve. The way he spoke pulled me back to the lecture halls of my youth, where I once lost myself in debates over the tiniest details of an old painting. When the quanda began, I don't know what gave me the courage, but my hand lifted. My voice trembled as I asked, "Excuse me, but has anyone attempted to analyze the pigments in the underpainting of the disputed work? Sometimes a single material can determine authenticity." The room went silent. Nathaniel looked up at me, his gaze sharp yet free of judgment. A faint smile touched his lips. "That's an insightful observation. I believe no one has approached it that way yet." "Thank you." My heart pounded, my face flushed, but for the first time in years I felt visible again. My voice mattered. When the session ended, I was gathering my notes to leave when a staff member approached with a small wrapped book. Inside was Pigments of the 18th Century, a rare edition I had once searched for endlessly, along with a handwritten note. "Miss Carter, your perspective left an impression on me. If you have time, I would like to invite you to my private gallery for further conversation." NC. I stood still, the book trembling in my hands, not because he was a billionaire, but because, for the first time in months, someone saw me not as an ex-wife, but as a mind, an individual of worth. That night, back in my modest hotel room, I opened the book and breathed in the familiar scent of old paper. I knew then that a door had opened, and if I found the courage to walk through, it could lead me into a chapter of life I had never dared to believe was still possible. Perhaps nothing awakens a person more than being truly listened to. Not out of politeness, but because someone sees something in you worth hearing. After months of being dismissed, that feeling was like a rush of fresh air filling my lungs, making me want to breathe deeply and believe I still existed. 2 days after the symposium, I accepted Nathaniel's invitation. A sleek black car waited outside my hotel, carrying me to a red brick building tucked away on a quiet street near Georgetown. There was no sign, no ostentatious security, just a heavy steel door that opened as we arrived. Inside, it felt like I had stepped into another world. Not the ostentatious glamour of Chelsea's commercial galleries, but a private sanctuary. Soft lighting, each painting given space to breathe, inviting quiet contemplation. I recognized works I had only ever seen in books. An Edward Hopper, rare sketches by Georgia O'Keeffe, and, in the corner, a haunting Rothko. Nathaniel stood beside me, hands in his coat pockets, his gaze more on my reaction than the art itself. "I don't bring many people here," he said. "I dislike spectacle. For me, art isn't for display. It's for dialogue." I turned to him, unsettled. "Then why invite me?" A faint smile curved his lips. "Because I believe you can hear what art is trying to say in a way most people cannot." We moved slowly from room to room. Nathaniel never lectured like a collector eager to flaunt his possessions. He asked questions instead. "What do you see in Hopper's light? Loneliness, or a strange kind of peace?" At first I stumbled over my words, but then I let myself drift with the images. I spoke of small details, layers of paint, brushstrokes that seemed to tremble. Nathaniel listened, nodding, sometimes adding a quiet remark, never dismissing or correcting. It had been so long since I felt seen, not just with eyes, but with respect for my mind. Later, in the reading room lined with rare books, he poured me a cup of hot tea. "Evelyn," he said slowly, his voice low and deliberate, "I think you've left the best part of yourself buried for too long. The sharpness you carry, I don't often find it in the people I meet." I tightened my grip on the cup. I let it die. Marriage, life, it swept me away. "Not die," he interrupted softly, "just hidden, like dust on a painting. Brush it away, and the colors shine again." The words caught in my throat. I couldn't respond, so I let silence settle between us. But in that silence, I felt something stirring awake. That day, I left the gallery with lighter steps. The Washington winter air was still biting cold, but for the first time in months, I didn't feel swallowed whole by darkness. On the ride back to the hotel, I caught my faint reflection in the car window. The woman staring back at me could return. I didn't know where this path would lead, but at least I knew I had taken the first steps. What I couldn't foresee was how those steps would lead me straight into the most dangerous terrain, where ambition, love, and retribution intertwined, pulling me into a storm greater than anything I had ever faced before. People often imagine revenge as something explosive, shouts, slaps, scenes of fury, but the harshest blows usually arrive in silence. It isn't the spectacle of rage, but the quiet shift of a story, the moment the world turns its gaze on the arrogant and sees them instead with pity and scorn. I never set out to retaliate against Richard, but he himself planted the seeds of his downfall. After my visits to Nathaniel's gallery, whispers began to surface. Washington is not a city where secrets survive, especially when they involve a name like Nathaniel Cross. Rumors spread that the reclusive billionaire had grown close to a woman no one expected, Richard Hale's ex-wife. I first heard it from Clara. "Do you know your name is turning up in a few gossip columns?" she said over the phone one morning. I sighed, setting my coffee down. "Let me guess. They're saying I've latched on to an old rich man?" Clara hesitated for a beat before replying, "Yes, but it won't stop there. You know how they love the story of the middle-aged woman who finds a shortcut back to the spotlight." I stayed quiet. Even knowing it was only chatter, it stung. I never sought the spotlight. All I wanted was to be heard again, to live in the part of myself I had once abandoned. But the undercurrent swelled. One winter morning, Clara burst into my apartment, a magazine clutched in her hand. She dropped it onto the table, her eyes shining. "Evelyn, look." On the cover was a black and white photo. I almost didn't recognize myself. No heavy makeup, my hair loose, a candid smile caught mid-conversation. Beside me, Nathaniel looked at me with unmistakable warmth. Bold letters declared, "The scholar who stole the heart of America's most private billionaire." I froze. This wasn't tabloid trash. It was a respected publication, one that profiled only people of substance. The article was long, recounting my academic past, the unfinished research, the shared language Nathaniel and I found in art. No cheap embellishment, no condescension. They wrote about me as an individual, not a shadow. Clara squeezed my hand, whispering, "Do you see? The story has finally changed." Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Richard's anger boiled over. He called friends, scoffing, "Nonsense. She found some bookish professor to parade around." But when his eyes landed on the name Nathaniel Cross, I knew he must have choked on the realization. Nathaniel wasn't a nobody. He was a man whose influence could unsettle even the largest Wall Street deals. For me, the coverage was both a balm and a burden. I had never wanted to be center stage, yet now I couldn't escape the scrutiny. I wasn't sure I was ready for the silent war that seemed to be drawing me in without my consent. That night, I stood before the mirror in my small apartment, studying my reflection under the yellow light. The woman staring back was different, not younger, not necessarily stronger, but clearer, as though my story was no longer being written by someone else. I knew then that life would no longer be quiet. What had just unfolded was only the prelude, and beyond the swell of public opinion, a greater storm loomed, one that could engulf both Richard and me. The only difference was this time, I had learned how to swim. Downfall rarely happens in a single dramatic instant. More often, it begins with hairline fractures, tiny, silent cracks that spread until the entire wall can no longer hold. For Richard, those cracks appeared right after the magazine story about Nathaniel and me, but he was too arrogant to notice, or pretended not to. The news reached me through an old friend in real estate. She called one late afternoon, her voice laced with both surprise and a hint of satisfaction. "Evelyn, did you hear? Some of Richard's biggest partners are uneasy. Meetings are being postponed. People are starting to wonder if he's still a safe investment." I sat quietly on the wooden chair in my kitchen, conflicted, stirred, unsettled, yet chilled. I hadn't sought revenge, but I couldn't deny that hearing this felt like justice had finally come knocking. As I expected, Richard maintained the facade of invincibility. The financial press still photographed him and Samantha at glittering openings, his wide smile and tailored suits unshaken. In one interview, he declared, "My private life has no bearing on my work. I remain focused on major upcoming projects. The market knows who I am." But behind closed doors, the truth was different. Clara's source confided that at a private meeting, one longtime investor had asked bluntly, "Richard, if you can't control your personal image, why should we trust you to manage a multi-billion-dollar project?" I could almost picture the flicker of tension across his face in that crowded room. In finance, reputation isn't a luxury, it's currency. And once that currency is devalued, collapse can be frighteningly swift. From the sidelines, I observed quietly. Sometimes Nathaniel would bring it up, his tone calm, almost detached. This world runs on confidence, he said. When people sense instability, they withdraw. They don't wait for an official reason. I asked him softly, "Do you think what's happening to Richard is because of me?" He looked at me intently, his eyes luminous under the warm light. "No, he did this to himself. You are merely the mirror reflecting what he tried to hide." His words left me both relieved and shaken. I had carried the guilt that my presence in Nathaniel's life was the trigger for Richard's unraveling. But in truth, that empire had been rotting from within all along. Rumors multiplied. A bank rescinded a credit line. A construction conglomerate froze negotiations. Then came the heaviest blow, the withdrawal of the lead investor from a flagship midtown skyscraper, the very project Richard had staked his reputation on. The explanation was terse, concerns over governance and corporate image. I read the headline on my phone in my small Brooklyn apartment, my fingers trembling slightly against the screen. This was Richard's greatest fear, not the loss of money, but the loss of face. He had built his entire life around being seen as the perpetual victor, and now that image was splintering for all to see. But I also understood something else. A wounded animal is most dangerous. Richard was not the kind of man to concede defeat quietly. He would lash out, claw for survival, seek to reclaim control. And in that desperation, I knew he would come for me. Not out of love, but to staunch the bleeding of his pride. The door to an inevitable confrontation had opened. And for the first time in years, I felt strong enough not to run. There are confrontations we don't wish for, yet know are inevitable. When the past refuses to stay buried, it will find its way into the present, no matter how many walls we build. For Richard, collapse wasn't just about losing assets or power. It was the humiliation of seeing me, the woman he once demeaned, now regarded with respect. And that was something he could not endure. The first call came one evening. His voice was hoarse, hurried. "Evelyn, we need to talk. Don't hang up. I want to apologize." I paused for a few seconds, then answered flatly, "There's nothing left to say between us." He called again and again, leaving long messages that wavered between regret and threats. "You think you can escape me? Have you forgotten what we built together?" I deleted them, but I knew Richard would not stop. Then, on a rainy night, he appeared at my Brooklyn apartment door. When I cracked it open, I barely recognized him. His suit was rumpled, hair disheveled, eyes wild. "Evelyn, please hear me," he pleaded, his voice trembling. "Everything's collapsing. I've lost almost everything, but you can save me." I looked at him, calmer than I would have imagined. "Save you? How? You can tell the press that things between you and Cross aren't what they think, that I'm still your man." He stepped closer, desperation lacing his tone. "I need to restore trust with my investors. All it takes is you speaking up." I cut him off, my voice cold. "You honestly believe my worth is still in being your prop? Your tool?" He froze for a moment, then shifted tactics. "If you won't help, I'll have to remind people of what you'd rather keep buried. Don't forget, I know about the assets once under your name. If it comes out that I was really the one controlling them, you'll be dragged into legal trouble." Anger surged through me, but before I could respond, Clara emerged from the kitchen. She slammed a folder onto the table in front of him. "You're threatening the wrong person, Richard. These documents prove you forged signatures and committed fraud to strip Evelyn of her assets. If necessary, we'll take this straight to court." Richard's face drained of color. He tried to mask it with defiance, but panic flickered in his eyes. He growled, "She can't win. You can't fight me." For the first time in years, I met his gaze without fear. "No, Richard, you've already lost yourself. All I've done is refuse to let you destroy me anymore." At last, he turned and left, his figure staggering into the rain. I shut the door behind him, overcome by a strange sense of release. It wasn't joy nor triumph, but closure. Yet it wasn't over. Clara placed a steady hand on my shoulder, her tone grave. "We need to prepare. What he's done could trigger a full investigation. And when the courts open their doors, Richard won't be the only one exposed." I sank into the chair, drawing in a long breath. I understood then. The real battle still lay ahead. Not just Richard's reckoning, but my own trial. Whether I had the strength to step into the light, to face the public, and no longer hide in silence. They say justice comes slowly, but when it does, it carries the power to cleanse years of silence and bitterness. For me, victory wasn't watching Richard bow his head in court. It was the moment I stepped onto the witness stand, faced the past I had long avoided, and spoke the truth in my own voice. The trial stretched on for weeks. The press reported every detail. Richard stood accused of financial fraud and asset misappropriation through a web of legal tricks. His lawyers tried to paint him as a misunderstood man, but the documents Clara uncovered tore apart that facade. On the day I testified, the courtroom was hushed. I remember clearly the sight of Richard across the aisle. He sat there in an expensive suit, but his eyes held no arrogance. When I was asked about the years I'd sacrificed, my career, my identity, I allowed myself a faint smile and answered, I gave up more than people will ever know, but the greatest loss wasn't financial. It was becoming invisible, reduced to nothing more than a shadow that someone else used to build their power, and I will never let that happen again. The court ruled. Richard was guilty of fraud and barred from leading any company for the next 10 years. The press called it the irreversible collapse of the Hale Empire. Samantha had already disappeared from his side, leaving behind cryptic captions on social media about finding new freedom. I didn't celebrate. Instead, I returned to my small apartment, brewed a cup of tea, and sat by the window. Outside, the world buzzed with noise, but within me was a stillness I had never known. Justice doesn't erase the past. It only gives us the chance to write the next chapter with steadier hands. Months later, I officially accepted the role of executive director of the Carter Cross Foundation, the art research and preservation fund Nathaniel had established. For the first time in years, I entered a crowded room without shrinking into a corner. I stood before the audience and introduced our first exhibition, Palimpsest: Hidden Layers of Memory. I spoke of art as a manuscript overwritten, of how what seems erased still lingers, waiting to be revealed. When I stepped down from the stage, Nathaniel handed me a glass of champagne and murmured, "You haven't just returned, you found yourself." I smiled, no words needed. For the first time in 20 years, I truly believed I was no longer anyone's shadow. That evening, as I left the gallery, I saw my son waiting outside. He embraced me tightly and whispered, "Mom, I'm proud of you." Tears stung my eyes. I realized then that this journey had never been only about standing against Richard. It was also about proving to those I loved that I had never disappeared. I only needed time to find my voice again. That was the true victory. Not because Richard had fallen, but because I had risen. And as I looked toward the future, I knew this journey was not ending. It was only just beginning, a new life written entirely by me. My name is Emily Carter, and I will never forget the moment when the father of the man I loved looked him in the eye and said, "If you choose her, you will lose everything." In that instant, I realized our love was not just a relationship. It was a life or death battle between love, power, and a past shrouded in darkness. Before I share my story, tell me where you're watching from in the comments. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you've ever overcome a painful chapter with your family. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. There are memories that seem to fade with time, yet in truth they only sleep quietly in some corner of the heart, waiting for the right moment to return, vivid and whole, just as they were on the very first day. For me, it was those late afternoons on the Oregon coast, where the salty wind tangled my hair and the crashing waves beat like a second heartbeat alongside my childhood. I grew up in a small town where everyone knew each other's name, where every street smelled of pinewood and sea fish. And it was there, in that seemingly ordinary place, that I met Michael Hayes. Michael was the boy everyone in town knew. His father owned a large lumber company, one of the few wealthy families in the area. But to me, he was just the boy with sky-bright blue eyes and a smile that seemed to defy every barrier. I was the opposite, quiet, shy, usually sitting alone in class, sketching in my notebook instead of joining the noisy games outside. "Want to go crabbing?" Michael asked me one August afternoon. I remember shaking my head, ready to refuse, but he didn't give up. "Come on, I'll show you how. If you catch the biggest one, you can keep it for yourself." I went with him that day, and after that, there wasn't a single day we didn't see each other. We scribbled dreams in the sand and watched the tide wash them away. We climbed the rocks near the old lighthouse to shout our names into the wind, believing the gusts would carry our voices forever. Michael always said, "One day, I'm going to marry you under this lighthouse." I laughed, blushing. I was only 9, and he was 10, but something in his voice made me believe that, at least in that moment, the promise was real. That fall, Michael's parents announced they were moving to New York. I didn't understand much, only that it was so far away I couldn't imagine it. On the last day he came to my house, we sat on the porch in silence, watching the sunset. He handed me a clumsy drawing, a lighthouse standing tall by the sea with 2 children holding hands beneath it. Keep it, so you won't forget. I nodded, too choked up to answer, but during the chaos of moving, I lost the drawing somewhere. I cried, searching everywhere, but it was gone. Just like Michael, it disappeared from my small world. The day his family left, I chased after their car until my legs burned and my lungs felt like they would burst. Michael turned back through the window, his eyes wet, his hand pressed against the glass as if he could touch me one last time. The car grew smaller, then vanished behind the trees. I didn't know then that it would be 20 years before I saw him again. The seaside town stayed as peaceful as ever, but for me, every wave carried a hollow space. I no longer went to the lighthouse. I stopped drawing dreams in the sand because the ocean only took them and never gave them back. And yet, some promises, no matter how childish, are strong enough to anchor themselves deep in memory. I carried his words with me, along with the faint ache of missing the boy with the blue eyes and the reckless smile. I never imagined that many years later, one evening in Seattle, beneath the cold white lights of a hospital, that old promise would return, powerful, unforgotten, as if it had never faded at all. There is a vast difference between growing older and truly feeling like you belong somewhere. I grew up in every literal sense of the word. I graduated, found work, learned how to pay bills, and taught myself how to comfort my own heart when night fell. But that feeling of belonging was always missing. Perhaps because from the day Michael left, I had learned how to live with emptiness, and by the time I became an adult, that emptiness had never been filled. After high school, I left my small seaside town to attend nursing school in Seattle. The big city overwhelmed me at first, yet it also offered something new, the chance to become someone else. I was no longer the timid girl in the back of the classroom, but a young woman holding responsibility in her hands, learning how to face life and death each day in the hospital where I trained. I remember the first night after a grueling 12-hour shift in the ER. I sat alone on a cold metal bench outside the building, watching ambulances come and go. My mother's voice echoed in my mind. "You have to be strong, Emily. In this world, no one can carry your pain for you." My mother had died of cancer when I was 16. Her death drew a harsh line across my life, pushing me out of childhood faster than anything else could have. My father chose alcohol over responsibility. I moved out, supporting myself with part-time jobs and modest scholarships. People often asked if I regretted choosing medicine because it was such a demanding path. But the truth was, those months of caring for my mother had planted in me the belief that I could offer someone a shred of comfort in their darkest hour. Work at the hospital was never easy. Some cases still haunt me. The newborn who didn't make it, or the middle-aged man who held my hand and wept when he learned surgery was no longer an option. In those moments, my heart clenched as if I were paying for all the memories I had left behind. During that time, I tried to build a family of my own. Daniel, a young resident, entered my life like a ray of light. He was brilliant, driven, always finding ways to make me laugh on the darkest days. After 2 years of dating, we got engaged. But the closer we came to the wedding, the emptier I felt inside. Daniel looked at me with so much love, but I couldn't find in his eyes the connection I had always longed for. "Emily, what's wrong?" Daniel asked one evening when my silence stretched too long at dinner. I forced a smile. "You're a wonderful man, Daniel. But I'm not sure I love you enough to spend the rest of my life with you." He froze. "What are you saying? We've planned everything already." I shook my head, tears blurring my vision. Plans can change, but my heart has never truly belonged to me. It was the first time I spoke aloud, the shadow that had haunted me for years. Daniel was devastated. We broke off the engagement quietly. No anger, no blame, only regret. I went back to my night shifts, to cold cups of coffee, to a small apartment that was mine alone. Slowly, I learned to live with loneliness as if it were an inseparable part of me. And yet, on certain nights, walking out of the hospital and seeing Seattle's lights shimmer across the water, I would think of Michael's blue eyes, of the lighthouse where we once made promises. And I wondered, would fate ever grant me a second chance to know what real love felt like? I had no idea the answer would come on an unexpected night when the doors of the emergency room swung open, and memories I thought buried for 20 years came rushing back, fierce and unstoppable. There are moments in life when time seems to stop. People often say that the most important things happen when you least expect them. I had lived nearly 10 years in this city, accustomed to night shifts and sudden emergencies. I thought I was strong enough to face anything, from the sting of loss to the relief of saving a life. But that night, when the ER doors burst open, I finally understood what it meant to be truly unprepared. Traffic accident, male, mid-30s, Light blood loss, possible head trauma. The paramedic's voice rang out, urgent yet familiar as always. I wheeled the gurney forward, checked vitals, prepared the equipment. But the moment I leaned over the patient, something strange swept through me. His eyes were closed, his face streaked with blood and dirt, yet there was something achingly familiar. My heart pounded as if a buried memory was clawing its way back to the surface. I whispered, almost unconsciously, "Michael." The clipboard slipped from my hands, clattering against the cold tile floor. I froze, unable to believe what I was seeing. It was him, the boy from my childhood, now a grown man. His features had sharpened, matured, but the essence was unmistakable. The curve of his brow, the bridge of his nose, and above all, the feeling of recognition that seized my chest. I bent over, forcing a professional tone to mask the tremor in my voice. "We need an IV line. Prep oxygen." And then his eyelids fluttered open. His gaze wavered, unfocused at first, before finally locking onto me. In that instant, the world around us dissolved. "Emily?" he murmured, his voice hoarse, fragile, but certain. My throat burned. "Don't talk. You're hurt. Let me do my job." But Michael gave a faint smile, the same reckless smile I remembered. I thought I was dreaming. And if I am, please don't let me wake up. I bit my lip, fighting for composure, though my hands trembled as I adjusted the IV. Routine procedures suddenly felt impossibly difficult. When the doctors stabilized him, I stepped back, my heart racing. After nearly 20 years, here we were, not under the lighthouse of our childhood, but beneath the harsh white lights of a hospital. During my break, I sat alone in the hallway, thoughts spinning. So many questions pressed against me. How had he lived? Why was he here now? And why, after all these years, did my feelings flare so fiercely, as though no time had passed at all? When I returned to his room, Michael was more alert. His blue eyes, deeper now with age, still carried the light I remembered. "I tried to find you," he said softly, as though afraid the words would disappear. "I never stopped missing you." I stood motionless, caught in the storm that had erupted inside me after so long a sleep. Outside, the Seattle night pulsed on, ambulances wailing, lives rushing in and out of fragile balance. But inside that room, I knew my life was about to change course completely. And I knew too that this reunion wasn't just chance. It was the beginning of something new, a door opening to trials I could not yet see, where the past and the present were destined to collide with force. There are relationships that, no matter how long they are separated by time, ignite again as if they had never faded. After that night in the hospital, I realized the emptiness in my heart had never been about life being too harsh or me being incapable of love. It was because the one I was waiting for was Michael. Seeing him again was like unlocking a door that had been sealed for 20 years, letting the light pour in. Brilliant, overwhelming, almost too much to bear. In the days after his discharge, Michael sought me out constantly. He told me about life in New York, about working in his family's corporation, about the long business trips that left him feeling isolated amid luxury. "I have everything," he confessed one evening as we sat by the river in Seattle, city lights flickering across the water. "But nothing makes me feel alive, except this. Sitting here with you." I stayed quiet, barely daring to believe his words. Part of me was filled with a happiness so sharp it hurt, while another part quivered with fear. The gap between us wasn't only 2 lost decades, it was an entire world apart. His family, his wealth, his status. And me, a nurse in a modest apartment in Capitol Hill. Then one day, Michael asked me to come with him to New York. I knew it wasn't just a trip, it was a test. The Hayes home rose like a fortress in the city, grand, imposing, cold. I wore the most formal dress I owned, but the moment the heavy wooden door opened and I met his mother's eyes, I knew I didn't belong. "Hello," Dorothy Hayes greeted me, her smile polite, her eyes glacial. "And you are a colleague of Michael's?" I answered softly. "My name is Emily Carter. Michael and we've known each other since childhood." For a flicker of a second, her expression wavered, but then tightened with suspicion. Soon his father appeared, Richard Hayes, tall and commanding, silver hair immaculately combed, his deep voice carrying the weight of power. "Michael," he said, glancing from his son to me, "what exactly is the purpose of bringing her here?" Michael's hand closed firmly around mine, his voice unwavering. "Dad, this is the woman I love. I want the family to know the truth." The room thickened with silence. Richard's gaze sharpened to a blade as he stepped closer, his words deliberate, cutting. "You are the heir. You have obligations to this family. You cannot throw it all away for a nurse." His eyes raked over me. dismissive, and ruin your future. My blood froze, but Michael didn't falter. I don't care about money or power, all I want is to be with the woman I love. The declaration struck like an explosion in that elegant room. Dorothy clutched her chest, stunned. Richard's jaw locked as he hissed, "If you choose this path, don't expect anything from the Hayes family. Forget the company, forget the inheritance, you'll lose everything." I trembled, not from fear but from knowing I had become the center of a storm. I wanted to speak, to say I sought nothing but love itself, but the words lodged in my throat. On the drive away from that house, Michael squeezed my hand tightly. His voice was steady, resolute. "I know it will be hard, but I won't back down. I lost you once. I won't let it happen again." I sat in silence, watching the city lights blur past the car window, my heart a tangle of joy, dread, and the growing fear that this love was about to be tested in ways neither of us could yet imagine. And as my intuition warned, the days ahead would not only bring sweetness and passion, but also the kind of choices that cut to the bone, where Michael would have to stand against his family, and I would have to find the strength to endure a world of prejudice that seemed unbreakable. They say true love only reveals its light when tested by fire. I never believed that until the day I found myself staring at a choice that felt like life or death, not of the body, but of trust, of faith, of the future itself. After that tense encounter with Michael's parents, I knew things would be hard. What I didn't expect was how swiftly Richard Hayes would strike. Just days later, Michael received a call from his father. "You have 24 hours, Richard declared flatly. "End it with her, or leave this family behind. No money, no position, no inheritance. The choice is yours." When Michael told me, I felt as though the air had been punched out of my lungs. I looked into his eyes and saw the war raging inside him. I loved him so much that part of me wanted to set him free. "Don't do this because of me," I whispered. "I can't bear to watch you lose everything for someone like me. I'm not worth it." He cut me off, his voice steady, unyielding. "Emily, you are everything. I've lived long enough to know that wealth can't replace happiness. If I have to choose, I choose you." His words sent a shiver through me, equal parts joy and terror. I knew the cost of that choice. Michael had grown up with every comfort, every luxury I'd never dared to dream of. And me? I was just a nurse, surviving on long shifts and a modest paycheck. The next day, Michael packed his things from the pristine, high-rise apartment his family had given him. I went with him, folding tailored suits and wrapping up expensive trinkets, each object suddenly hollow. "It's funny," he said as he dropped his Rolex into a box. "I used to think this watch was proof of success. Now it's just metal. It means nothing if my life is empty." We moved into a shabby apartment in Brooklyn, with peeling walls and windows that groaned in the wind. But for Michael, it felt like liberation. "At least here," he said, "I don't have to live by someone else's rules." I wanted to believe him, yet the weight of reality pressed hard. Endless bills, mounting expenses, and the pitying looks from my colleagues when they learned I was dating a former billionaire who now had no job, no fortune. And then Daniel reappeared. One evening, after my shift, I found him waiting outside the hospital. "Emily," he said gently, "I heard about you. You don't have to live like this. I can give you stability, a secure future. You don't have to suffer." My heart twisted. Behind me was the past I had walked away from. Before me stood the man who once loved me faithfully. But inside me, the truth was unshakable. Michael was still the only one I couldn't leave. When I returned to our tiny apartment, I found him sitting on the floor among half-unpacked boxes, exhaustion on his face but fire still alive in his eyes. He looked up and asked quietly, "Do you regret this?" I sat down beside him, took his worn hand in mine, the hand roughened by days of searching for work with no success. "If love is a choice, then I choose you, even if it costs me every ounce of safety." In that moment, I knew we had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. The road ahead would be far harder, but it was only now that our love would face its truest test. Outside, the city roared on, cars racing past, oblivious to two people who had just dared to defy an empire. I didn't know what the future would bring, but one thing was certain. This was only the beginning of a long battle, not only against the Hayes family, but against the fears and limits within ourselves. People like to believe that love can conquer all, but only when faced with harsh reality do you learn that love isn't magic. It's a battle fought day by day, hour by hour, against the smallest of things, an unpaid bill, a cutting remark, a stranger's cold stare. After Michael left his family, we moved into a cramped apartment in Brooklyn. The walls were cracked, the roof leaked when it rained, and the traffic outside kept the nights restless. To me, it was nothing new. I had grown up in scarcity. But for Michael, this was another world entirely. He began looking for work, dressing in pressed shirts and ties each morning, heading out with hope. Yet nearly every door slammed shut before he could step through. I knew why. Richard Hayes wasn't content with disinheriting him. He quietly made sure no company in New York would give Michael a place. One evening, after a double shift, I came home to find Michael at the kitchen table, a pile of rejection letters before him. He said nothing, just crushed one in his fist and let out a bitter laugh. I used to believe I had talent, he sighed, but maybe I was only ever my father's shadow. I sat beside him, took his hand. No, Michael, you can start over. It'll be hard, but you're not alone. He looked at me then, exhaustion burning in his eyes, and my heart ached. The months that followed were relentless. We lived off my modest paycheck. I picked up overtime, worked back-to-back night shifts, sometimes stumbling home after 12 hours only to return again after a few hours of broken sleep. My body ached, but worse than fatigue was the sting of judgment. In the break room, I once overheard colleagues whisper, "He used to be a Hayes. Now look, sitting at home while she carries it all." From wild stallion to workhorse, who'd have thought? I pretended not to hear, but each word carved deep. One afternoon, leaving work, I spotted Michael on a busy street corner. He was selling coffee to passers-by, sleeves rolled, sweat dripping down his face. People hurried by, never guessing this man had once looked out over Manhattan from a glass tower. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, tears spilling. I pitied him, loved him, and hated myself for doubting whether love alone could bear such weight. At night, lying beside him, I found myself torn. I loved Michael deeply, but the exhaustion, the uncertainty gnawed at me. Again and again the thought crept in. If he had chosen his family over me, would he be happier now? And would I be suffering less? Then came a revelation that cut sharper than any exhaustion. In a casual conversation with an older colleague, I learned that the Hayes Corporation had once enacted policies that ruined lives, including my own family's. Their deals and cold decisions had driven my father into debt, despair, and eventually into the bottle that destroyed him. The ground beneath me shifted. Michael and I were bound not only by childhood love, but also by a hidden wound, a quiet enmity I had never known. That night in our dark little apartment, I lay still, listening to Michael's steady breathing. And I wondered, was this love our destiny, or merely a cruel spiral, a trap spun by fate long before either of us could choose? People say truth sets you free, but sometimes truth is the very weight that makes you collapse. For years, I carried the emptiness of losing my mother, the shame of a father drowning in alcohol. I thought it was just my family's cruel fate. Until the missing piece appeared, bearing the name Hayes. That evening, after a long shift, I lingered with Linda, an older nurse soon to retire. She looked at me with sympathy, then sighed. "Emily, did you know the Hayes Corporation once bought out that small lumber mill in your coastal town? They forced prices down, broke contracts, left dozens of families in ruin. My friend's brother lost his job then. And your father? Well, that's when he began to spiral." I went numb. Memories came flooding back, my mother's tired eyes, my father's bottles, the house stripped bare piece by piece. I whispered to myself, barely audible, "So, it was them." That night, I couldn't sleep. One question looped endlessly in my mind. If Michael's family was part of the reason mine was destroyed, then what was our love? Salvation? Or a tragedy written from the start? The next day, I confronted Richard Hayes. His office loomed as cold and imposing as ever. My voice trembled, but I forced it steady. "Do you remember the coastal town in Oregon? My family lost everything because of your corporation." He looked up, his eyes sharp as glass. Then, unexpectedly, he sighed, like a man carrying decades of burden. "You think you're the only one who lost? I sacrificed my life to build this empire. Yes, I made that decision. And your father was not the first casualty." I froze. There was no remorse in his voice, only bitterness. "Why hide it from Michael? Why let us suffer for your sins?" Richard's silence stretched before he rasped, "Because I knew. If the two of you ever found each other, Michael would choose you over this family. I couldn't allow history to repeat." The ground shifted beneath me. He hadn't just scarred my childhood. He had deliberately torn me and Michael apart from the start. When I returned to our apartment, Michael noticed immediately. "Emily, what's wrong? Have you been crying?" I stared at him, my heart splintering. "Michael, did you know your father played a part in destroying my family?" His face drained of color, pain flooding his eyes. No! Are you certain? I nodded, tears streaming. He sank into a chair, burying his head in his hands, speechless. In that moment, the gap between us became more than family opposition. It was a chasm of brutal truth. And then, Daniel appeared. He handed me a coffee, his voice gentle. Emily, I've said it before. You don't have to live like this. You could have another life. No past dragging you down, no war between love and hate. I met his eyes, and in them was safety, stability, a way out. For the first time, I felt myself waver. That night, Michael stumbled upon us talking. His eyes flickered with hurt, suspicion. He said nothing, asked nothing, just turned and walked into the darkness. I stood frozen, realizing the real storm had finally begun. And this time, I wasn't sure love alone would be strong enough to hold us together. There are wounds that never seem to heal, until one accepts that scars too are part of who we are. Love, like life itself, is never flawless. It is made of fragments, jagged edges, and broken pieces. And precisely because of that, it becomes something worth holding on to. After the night Michael saw me with Daniel, silence grew between us like a canyon. He avoided me, I drowned in guilt. I hadn't betrayed him, but Daniel's presence had reopened the deepest cracks in my heart. It wasn't just love I began to doubt, it was myself. A few days later, I returned to my hometown, to the lighthouse that had witnessed the beginning of everything. Sitting on the sand, listening to the waves, I let memory wash over me. My mother's gentle face, my childhood dreams, Michael's smile at 10 years old. And I understood then, true love isn't the absence of pain. It is the choice to keep walking forward, even knowing the path will be rough. When I looked up, Michael was there, out of breath, weary, but his eyes burning with a light I hadn't seen in years. I searched everywhere, he said, voice hoarse. I can't let it end like this. Tears blurred my vision. Michael, I know the truth now. Your father destroyed my family. How can we build a future on ruins? He fell silent, then stepped forward, kneeling in front of me. I can't change the past, but I can choose the future, and I choose you. Even if you hate me, even if you leave, my heart has belonged to you all along. In that moment, I didn't see the heir of an empire, nor the man stripped of it. I saw only a human being, flawed, fragile, yet undeniably in love with me. We held each other close as the sea wind howled past the lighthouse, and I knew the choice had already been made. Not between hatred and forgiveness, but between fear and love, and I chose love. Not long after, Richard Hayes fell gravely ill. In his final days, he summoned Michael. His voice was frail, but his words still carried weight. I once loved so much that I turned against my own family. I lost everything. That regret made me cruel to you. I didn't want you to repeat my mistakes. But perhaps I was wrong. Michael wept as he held his father's hand. When Richard closed his eyes for the last time, he left behind not just an empire, but a hollow space in his son's heart. His funeral was quiet. I stood by Michael's side, not as an outsider, but as part of his story. For the first time, the Hayes family did not look at me with disdain. Perhaps grief had taught them what power never could, that love is neither bought nor commanded. Months later, we held a small wedding beneath the Oregon lighthouse. No grandeur, no spectacle, only the people who truly loved us. In a simple dress, I held Michael's hand as he whispered, I kept my promise. It took years, but we made it here. Through tears, I smiled. And this time, I won't let the waves take it away. Our life was not one of wealth. Michael started over with a small recycled wood company. I continued nursing, caring for patients as I always believed was my calling. There were hard days, unpaid bills, and nights of exhaustion. But every evening, sitting beside him in our modest home, I knew I had found happiness. Looking back, I realized love is not a fairy tale. It is wounds and tears, forgiveness and resolve. Above all, it is the daily choice to stay, again and again. I chose Michael, as he chose me, and that was the greatest victory of my life.
I used to be the wife of a millionaire. I lived in a lakefront mansion, drove a luxury car, wore a diamond wedding ring, and thought I had it all. Until one cold, rainy morning in Seattle, I was thrown out of my own home with a slap, a divorce paper, and a pregnant belly carrying twins I didn't even know existed. I'm Ariel Monroe, and this isn't a love story. It's a journey of rising from ruin, of betrayal turned into rebirth, of forging my own crown from the ashes. Before I share my story, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Hit like and subscribe if you've ever fought through hardship for your family. Trust me, you'll want to hear what happens next. The slap came without warning. One moment, I was standing in our marble kitchen, clutching adoption brochures like they were lifelines. The next, my cheek burned with the force of Preston's palm, and the papers scattered across the Italian tile like broken promises. You just don't get it, do you? His voice, once the sweetest sound in my mornings, now cut through me like Seattle's winter wind. My mother's right. You're broken, Ariel, a barren tree pretending to bloom. I touched my face, feeling the heat spread beneath my fingertips. 4 years. 4 years of marriage, of trying, of monthly disappointments marked by single lines on pregnancy tests. 4 years of watching his love curdle into resentment, drop by drop, until this moment when it finally soured completely. Preston, please. The papers are on the counter. He couldn't even look at me anymore. His eyes, those green eyes that once promised forever, fixed on the sub-zero refrigerator behind me. Sign them. I'll have someone collect your things. The adoption brochures lay at my feet. Smiling children, happy families, possibilities I'd collected like hope. I bent to gather them, my hands shaking when I heard her voice. Leave them. Elaine Langston stood in the doorway, her Chanel suit impeccable as always, her smile sharp as broken glass. We won't be needing fairy tales in this house anymore. She'd been waiting for this moment. I could see it in the satisfaction that played at the corners of her mouth. The woman who'd called me that girl for the first 2 years, who'd placed her hand on my flat stomach at every family gathering with mock concern, asking, "Any news yet, dear?" My legs felt like water as I straightened. The diagnosis from 3 months ago echoed in my head. Severe uterine scarring from that stupid teenage car accident. The one where I'd saved my little sister but lost my chance at motherhood. Preston had held me when we got the news. He'd whispered that it didn't matter, that we were enough. Lies? All lies? You have 1 hour, Elaine said, checking her Cartier watch. The locks will be changed after that. I looked between them. Mother and son, united in their disgust. My throat burned with unshed tears, but I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Not here, not now. The December rain was just starting when I walked out of the Langston mansion in Madison Park. I had 2 suitcases, my laptop bag, and a cardboard box of personal items that Maria, the housekeeper, had helped me pack while whispering apologies in Spanish. Everything else, the life I'd built, the home I'd designed with my own hands, the nursery I'd secretly sketched, stayed behind. My Honda Civic looked pathetic, parked between Preston's Porsche and Elaine's Mercedes. I threw my things in the trunk, my hands numb from cold and shock. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse of them in the rearview mirror, standing in the doorway of their perfect house, watching to make sure I really left. The space where my wedding ring had been felt naked against the steering wheel. I'd left it on the kitchen counter, right next to the divorce papers I'd signed with shaking hands. Preston Langston wanted his freedom? He could have it. But as I merged onto I-5, heading south with no destination in mind, one thought burned through the shock. I'd survived that accident at 16. I'd survived 4 years of Elaine's poison. I'd survive this too, even if I didn't know how yet. The studio apartment in Tacoma smelled like mold and broken dreams. At 400 square feet, it was smaller than the walk-in closet I'd had at Preston's. The walls were water-stained, the carpet was older than I was, and the radiator clanged like a ghost trying to escape. But it was mine. Or at least, it would be after I somehow made next month's rent. I'd been living on savings for 3 weeks, sending out resumes to every architecture firm in the South Sound. My Princeton degree and 4 years at Langston Construction should have opened doors. Instead, I got polite rejections, or worse, silence. Elaine's reach was longer than I'd imagined. The morning of my interview at Rainier Design, a small firm desperate enough to overlook my connection to the Langstons, I woke up dizzy. The room spun as I tried to stand, and my stomach churned with more than just nerves. Stress, I muttered, gripping the bathroom sink. Just stress. But halfway through explaining my portfolio to Jim and Gwen, the firm's owner, the spinning returned with vengeance. The last thing I remembered was his concerned face before the world went black. I woke up to the antiseptic smell of hospital and the steady beep of monitors. A nurse with kind eyes and graying hair was adjusting my IV. There you are, she said gently. You gave everyone quite a scare. What happened? You fainted. Mr. Nguyen called 911. She checked her chart. When was your last period, honey? The question hit me like cold water. I tried to count back, but the days since Preston had blurred together. I'm not sure. Maybe 2 months? I can't get pregnant anyway. I have uterine scarring. She gave me a look I had seen before. Part sympathy, part professional skepticism. We'll run some tests. An hour later, Dr. Patel walked in with an expression I couldn't read. She was young, maybe early 30s, with warm brown eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Mrs. Langston. Monroe? I corrected quickly. Ariel Monroe. Miss Monroe. She sat on the edge of my bed, ultrasound images in her hand. Your scarring is significant, yes. But sometimes nature finds a way. You're approximately 8 weeks pregnant. The words didn't compute. That's impossible. With twins? The room tilted again, but this time I was already lying down. Twins? 2 heartbeats on the ultrasound she showed me, 2 tiny blurs that shouldn't exist. I don't understand. My voice sounded far away. The specialist said, medicine isn't always absolute. Dr. Patel squeezed my hand. This is high risk. The scarring means we'll need to monitor you closely. Do you have support? The father? The father. Preston. Who'd slapped me for suggesting adoption. Who'd signed divorce papers rather than raise another woman's child. Who'd chosen his mother's approval over our vows. No, I whispered. There's no one. But I had to try. For these 2 impossible heartbeats, I had to try. The next morning, I stood outside the gleaming towers of Langston Construction, my stomach still rolling with morning sickness. The security guard I'd shared coffee with for 4 years looked right through me. I need to see Preston Langston. Name? Ariel, I'm his ex-wife. The word tasted like ash. The guard made a call, nodding several times before hanging up. Mr. Langston's assistant says he's in meetings all day. You can leave a message with reception. I knew Jennifer, Preston's new assistant. We'd hired her together 6 months ago. Now she stood behind the glass doors, arms crossed, shaking her head. Please, I said, hating how desperate I sounded. It's important. Another call. This time, the guard's expression hardened. Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. If you don't, I'll need to call the police. The words I needed to say, I'm carrying his children, died in my throat. Through the glass, I could see the lobby I'd helped design, the brass letters spelling out the Langston legacy. None of it mine anymore. The contractions started at 28 weeks. I was mopping floors at the Tacoma Public Library, the only job that would hire a visibly pregnant woman with a mysterious employment gap. The pain dropped me to my knees between contemporary fiction and self-help, my mop clattering against Joyce Meyer's latest book on overcoming adversity. No, 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 I whispered, hands cradling my swollen belly. Not yet, please, not yet. The ambulance ride blurred into emergency rooms and urgent voices. Dr. Patel appeared like an angel in scrubs, her face tight with concern. We need to stop these contractions, she said, already directing nurses. Get her on magnesium sulfate. Call the NICU. 20 hours later, my sons arrived screaming into the world. 3 pounds each of fierce determination. The nurses whisked them away before I could touch them, their cries thin as bird songs. Are they? They're fighters, Dr. Patel assured me, exhausted but smiling. Just like their mother. I named them alone in that recovery room. Ethan James and Lucas Alexander. Strong names for tiny warriors who'd inherited my stubbornness, if nothing else. The NICU became my world. 63 days of watching machines breathe for them, of singing lullabies through incubator walls, of pumping breast milk every 3 hours because it was the only thing I could give them. My supervisor at the library had filled my position the day I went into labor. No job meant no insurance. The bills piled up like snow, $3,000 a day, multiplied by 2 babies, multiplied by 2 months. Numbers that stopped meaning anything. There are programs, the hospital social worker said gently, sliding pamphlets across the table. UAC for formula, Medicaid for their ongoing care, food banks for you. I'd designed million-dollar homes. Now I was learning the bus routes to social services offices, filling out forms that asked for my income, none, and assets, gone. The day I brought them home to that moldy studio, I found a box waiting outside my door. Inside were baby clothes, diapers, and an envelope with $500 cash. No note, but I recognized Maria's handwriting on the address label. I sobbed over that box until the boys woke up hungry, which they did every 2 hours like clockwork. No time for tears when you are measuring formula and changing diapers for 2. That's when I met Luis. He lived in the apartment below mine, and I'd seen him shuffling to the mailbox with his walker. The night the boys wouldn't stop crying, both colicky, both exhausted, both picking up on my desperation, he knocked on my door. Forgive an old man's intrusion, he said in accented English. But I remember this sound. My Elena had twins too, many years ago. He held up a steaming pot. Chamomile tea, for you, not them. You need strength. Luis Gonzalez became my unlikely savior. Retired lawyer, widower, keeper of stories and wisdom. He'd held my boys while I showered, taught me lullabies in Spanish, and shared his groceries when he noticed I was living on peanut butter sandwiches. "Why are you helping me?" I asked one evening, both boys finally asleep in the second-hand crib we'd squeezed into the corner. "Because 40 years ago, when I came to this country with nothing, someone helped me." He sipped his tea thoughtfully. "And because I see something in you, mija. You're at the bottom of the canyon now, yes? But you have wings. You just forgot how to use them." "I'm not sure I ever had them." "You're here, aren't you? Your boys are alive, fed, loved." He leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. "Those who pushed you down, they think you're finished. Prove them wrong." "How?" "Learn the law," he said simply. "Not to get revenge, that's poison, but to protect yourself and others. The law is a shield when used right." I laughed bitterly. I can barely afford diapers. Law school? University of Washington has a part-time program. Financial aid for single mothers. I still have connections. He pulled out a worn business card. "Professor Patricia Williams. Tell her Louise sent you. She'll listen." That night, after Louise left, I stood over my son's crib, watching them breathe. Ethan had Preston's nose. Lucas had his long fingers. Neither would ever know their father if I could help it, but maybe that was a blessing. They'd never know rejection, never feel unwanted. "We're going to make it," I whispered. "Somehow." Law school at night felt like climbing Everest in heels while juggling flaming torches. My days started at 4 a.m. with the twins' first feeding. Drop them at the subsidized daycare by 6:30. Bus to my paralegal job at Northwest Women's Justice Project by 7:30. Work until 4 o'clock, race back to get the boys before the daycare's 5:30 just closing time. Late fees were $1 per minute per child. I learned that the hard way. Home for dinner, baths, bedtime stories. Then catch the 7:45 bus to UW for classes until 10:30. Sleep was a memory. Coffee was lifeblood. My textbooks had spit-up stains and teething marks. "Monroe, your brief was exceptional," Professor Williams said after criminal law, holding up my paper. "Especially your analysis on domestic violence as a mitigating factor." I thought of Preston's slap, of how it had shattered more than just my marriage. Personal interest in the topic. She studied me over her glasses. "Louise was right about you. You have the instinct. Now you need the tools." Those tools came slowly, painfully. Contracts and torts while the boys had stomach flu. Constitutional law during their terrible twos. Evidence while potty training. Every semester, I thought about quitting. Every semester, I looked at their faces and kept going. The Northwest Women's Justice Project became more than just a job. As a paralegal, I helped women fill out restraining orders, navigate custody battles, escape marriages that had become prisons. I saw myself in every bruised face, every woman who apologized for taking up our time. "You're good at this," said Diane Chen, the managing attorney, after I'd talked a client through a panic attack. "You don't just know the law, you know the fear." By day, I was learning to be a shield. By night, I was forging myself into a sword. The boys grew like weeds. Ethan, bold and fearless, always climbing something he shouldn't. Lucas, thoughtful and gentle, drawing pictures of our little family of 3. They never asked about their father, and I never offered. But sometimes I'd catch a gesture, an expression, and Preston would ghost through my living room. The day I passed the bar exam, Luis was waiting outside with sparkling cider, and the boys, who'd made a banner in daycare, "Mommy is a lawyer," in crooked crayon letters. "Lawyer has a Y," I laughed, hugging them tight. "Give them time," Luis winked. "They're only 5. 5 years." It had been 5 years since Preston's slap. 5 years of food stamps and sleepless nights and small victories measured in bedtime stories finished without falling asleep. 5 years of becoming someone I didn't recognize in the mirror. Harder, stronger, carrying herself like she had nothing left to prove. My first case as a real attorney was a custody dispute. The mother, Sarah, had been my client as a paralegal. Her ex-husband was a contractor, wealthy and connected, trying to take their daughter because Sarah worked 2 minimum wage jobs. "He says I can't provide properly," Sarah whispered, tears streaming. Maybe he's right. "No." The word came out harder than I intended. "Love provides. Sacrifice provides. Money just makes it easier. We're going to fight this." We won. Sarah kept her daughter and got child support that actually reflected his income. Watching them walk out together, I felt something I hadn't in years. Whole. Within 6 months, word spread. The single mom lawyer who understood, who fought like hell because she'd been in those trenches. who never judged when clients cried or couldn't pay the full retainer up front. "You're building something," Diane said when I finally left to start my own practice. "Something the city needs." Monroe Legal Alliance opened in a small office in Pioneer Square. Nothing fancy, secondhand furniture, law books from estate sales, a coffee maker that only worked if you hit it twice. But it was mine. The twins did homework at the conference table while I met with clients. They learned to answer phones professionally by age 7, to file alphabetically by 8. Our little law firm family. "Mom," Lucas asked one evening, organizing case files with the seriousness of a tiny paralegal, "why do all these moms cry in your office?" I thought about how to explain systemic inequality to an 8-year-old. Sometimes the world isn't fair to mommies. My job is to make it a little more fair. Like when Jimmy's dad took his Xbox because his mom bought it? Exactly like that. Ethan looked up from his math homework. Is that why we don't have a dad? Was he not fair? The question I'd dreaded for 8 years. I set down my pen, choosing my words carefully. Sometimes people aren't ready to be parents. That doesn't mean anything about you two. You're perfect exactly as you are. They seemed satisfied, returning to their tasks. But that night, I stood on my apartment balcony, we'd upgraded to a 2-bedroom in a better neighborhood, looking at the Seattle skyline, and wondered if I'd ever stop protecting them from the truth. The universe has a cruel sense of humor. I was representing Melissa Harrison in her divorce from Tom Harrison, Preston's cousin. The Harrison family, old Seattle money, new Seattle arrogance. I should have seen the connection, but Melissa came to me desperate and broken, and I couldn't turn away another woman being discarded by that family. The mediation was scheduled at the Columbia Center, neutral ground. I arrived early with Melissa, reviewing our asset division proposals, when the conference room door opened and my past walked in. Preston entered first, and time stuttered. 5 years had aged him, silver threading through his temple, lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. He was representing his cousin, because of course he was. The Harrisons protected their own. Then I saw her. Elaine, dressed in winter white, lips pursed like she'd bitten into something sour. And beside her, a younger woman, perfectly polished, enormous diamond glinting on her left hand. The fiancé. Preston's eyes found mine and widened. His gaze traveled to the photos on my briefcase. The boys' school pictures I always carried. His face went white. And Ariel. My name came out strangled. "Mr. Langston." I kept my voice professionally cold. "Shall we begin?" But he wasn't listening. He was staring at those photos. At 2 boys with his eyes and his smile and his stubborn chin. The math was easy, even for someone who'd tried not to think about it for 5 years. "Jesus Christ," he breathed. "Preston?" The fiancé touched his arm, confused. "Do you know her?" Elaine had gone rigid in her chair. She saw it too, saw her legacy walking around in miniature, denied and discarded. "Perhaps we should take a brief recess," I suggested, my voice steady despite my hammering heart. "No." Melissa grabbed my hand. "Please, I need this done today." So we sat across from each other, Preston and I, negotiating someone else's broken marriage while our own ghosts filled the room. His hands shook as he reviewed documents. He kept stealing glances at the photos, at me, at the life he'd thrown away. The fiancée, Rebecca, I learned, tried to make small talk during breaks. "Your boys are adorable. They look just like..." She stopped, pieces clicking together. "Oh my God, Preston?" He couldn't answer. Elaine could. "We should focus on the matter at hand," she said, ice in every syllable. But Rebecca wasn't stupid. "Those are your children." Not a question. "You have children and you never told me?" "I didn't know," Preston said quietly. "Didn't want to know," I corrected. "Your security turned me away when I tried to tell you. Your assistant delivered the message quite clearly. You wanted nothing to do with your past." The words hung in the air like knives. Melissa squeezed my hand, understanding dawning on her face. "You're the ex-wife," she whispered. "The one Tom said got written out of everything." We finished the mediation in excruciating tension. Melissa got everything we asked for. Tom Harrison folded rather than extend the torture. As we packed up, Preston cornered me by the elevator. "Ariel, please, let me..." "No." I hit the button repeatedly. "You made your choice." "I didn't know." "You didn't want to know?" The elevator opened and I stepped in. "That's the difference." But he wedged his foot in the door. "Their names. At least tell me their names." I could have been cruel, could have stayed silent. But the boys deserved better than my bitterness. "Ethan and Lucas, they're 8. Can I..." "No." The door started to close. "And if you contact them directly, I'll file a restraining order. I'm very good at those now." The door shut on his stricken face. In the elevator, Melissa hugged me tight. You're the strongest woman I know, she said, but I didn't feel strong. I felt exposed, like a wound torn open after years of careful healing. That night, the calls started. Preston left voicemail after voicemail, each more desperate than the last. Texts flooded my phone until I blocked his number. Emails found their way around my filters. Please, I'm begging you. Let me meet them. Let me explain. I'm sorry. God, Ariel, I'm so sorry. Delete, delete, delete. 2 days later, a courier delivered a letter to my office. Preston's handwriting, shaky and urgent. I dream about them now. 2 boys I've never met who have my father's nose and what I imagine are your stubborn hearts. I wake up calculating birthdays I missed, first words I didn't hear, steps I didn't see. I was a coward. Worse. I was cruel. You deserved better. They deserved better. I know I have no right to ask, but please. 1 hour. Let me see them just once. Let me tell them I'm sorry. I burned it in my office trash can, watching our past turn to ash. The boys didn't need his regret. They needed consistency, love, presence, everything he'd proven incapable of providing. The Women's Legal Alliance Gala was Seattle's premier charity event, $500 a plate to fund legal services for domestic violence survivors. I'd bought a table for my firm, never imagining the Langstons would be there too. But the universe, as I mentioned, has a cruel sense of humor. I wore the one designer dress I owned, a midnight blue Tadashi shoji I'd found at a consignment shop. The boys flanked me in their rented tuxedos, Ethan tugging at his bow tie while Lucas practiced his handshake. Remember? I said, smoothing Lucas's cowlick. This is Mommy's work event, best behavior. We know. Ethan rolled his eyes. Smile, be polite. Don't mention the time Lucas threw up on a judge. That was one time, Lucas protested. We were laughing as we entered the ballroom, and then the laughter died. The Langston table was front and center. Preston, Elaine, Rebecca, and several city council members. Preston saw us first, half rising from his chair before Rebecca pulled him down. Breathe, whispered Diane Chen, my old mentor, suddenly at my elbow. You belong here more than they do. The evening progressed in careful avoidance. I kept the boys busy meeting other lawyers, letting them charm everyone with their precociousness. Lucas discussed his favorite Supreme Court justice, RBG, obviously, with a federal judge. Ethan demonstrated his mock trial skills to the district attorney. Then came the awards portion. This year's Champion for Children Award, the MC announced, goes to someone whose dedication transcends professional obligation. She's taken on the state's most powerful law firms pro bono, reunited families torn apart by the system, and proven that justice isn't just for those who can afford it. I was adjusting Lucas's napkin, only half listening, when Diane nudged me. Ariel, that's you. What? Please welcome Ariel Monroe of Monroe Legal Alliance. The spotlight found me as the ballroom erupted in applause. The boys jumped up, cheering like I'd won the Super Bowl. I stood on shaky legs, making my way to the stage in a daze. But wait, the MC continued. We have a special presenter for this award. A young woman climbed the stage, early 20s, bright-eyed despite her nervous energy. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. My name is Jessica Pearson, she said into the microphone. 2 years ago, Ms. Monroe represented my mother in her custody battle against my stepfather, against Tom Harrison, actually. The ballroom went silent. At the Langston table, I saw Elaine's face drain of color. My stepfather had money, connections, the best lawyers. Jessica looked directly at Preston. He said my mom was unfit because she'd been hospitalized for depression after he hit her. He had photos of our small apartment, called her an inadequate provider. Sound familiar? Preston flinched. Ms. Monroe didn't just win our case, Jessica continued. She made sure my mom got counseling, job training, everything she needed to rebuild. She checked on us for months after, no charge. She gave us hope when the Harrison family tried to bury us in despair. She turned to me, tears streaming. You saved our lives. Literally. My mom was suicidal before you took our case. So thank you from all the families you've pulled from the wreckage. I accepted the award through blurred vision, hugging Jessica tight. When I turned back to the audience, I caught sight of my boys, beaming with pride. And beyond them, the Langston table in various states of shock. Thank you, I managed into the microphone. But I'm not a hero. I'm just a mother who learned that sometimes the only way forward is through. Every woman I represent, I see myself 5 years ago. Broken, discarded, told I was worthless because I couldn't fulfill someone else's expectations. I looked directly at Preston and Elaine. To those women, I want to say, you are not your circumstances. You are not what they said you were when they left. You are warriors, and your children will grow up knowing that their mothers moved mountains for them. The applause was deafening. I walked off stage to a standing ovation, the boys rushing to hug me. As we returned to our table, I noticed Elaine whisper urgently to Preston before sweeping out of the ballroom. Rebecca sat frozen, staring at her engagement ring. "Mom," Ethan said, pointing to where Preston now stood alone by his table. "That man keeps looking at us." I knelt to their eye level. "He's someone from Mommy's past. We don't need to worry about him." "Is he why those ladies were crying?" Lucas asked. "Too perceptive for 8. Something like that." We stayed through dessert, the boys charming everyone at our table. Preston tried to approach twice, but colleagues intercepted him both times. Word had spread quickly through the legal community. Seattle's family lawyers protect their own. As we prepared to leave, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Rebecca stood there, mascara smudged, engagement ring notably absent from her finger. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I didn't know about any of it." "It's not your fault." "No, but I need to thank you." She glanced back at Preston, who was watching us with desperate eyes. "You just saved me from making the biggest mistake of my life." She walked away, head high, leaving Preston standing alone in a room full of people who'd heard exactly what kind of man he was. The boys and I left through a side door, but not before I heard someone at the Langston table say, "My God, Preston, they look exactly like you." "Mom, who was our dad?" Lucas asked the question over breakfast 3 weeks after the gala, his eyes serious behind his new glasses. Ethan looked up from his cereal, equally expectant. I'd known this day would come, had practiced my response 1,000 times. But sitting there, looking at Preston's eyes and my children's faces, the prepared words crumbled. "Someone who wasn't ready to be a father," I said carefully. "But that has nothing to do with how wonderful you both are." "Jessica said her stepdad was a Harrison," Ethan pointed out. "The man at the party looked like us. Is he a Harrison too?" My brilliant, observant boys. I set down my coffee mug. "Yes, Preston Langston. Is your biological father." They absorbed this quietly, Lucas drawing patterns in his spilled milk while Ethan kicked his chair leg. "Why didn't he want us?" Lucas finally asked, and the question cracked my heart clean through. "It's complicated, baby. He didn't know about you for a long time, and by then, we'd built our own family. Does he want to know us now?" Ethan, always direct. "I think he does." "Do we want to know him?" I looked at my sons, thoughtful Lucas, bold Ethan, and realized I'd been making their choices for them. Protection and control, 2 sides of the same coin. "That's your decision to make," I said. "But whatever you choose, we do it together." They whispered to each other in that twin language they'd never quite outgrown. Then Lucas spoke for both of them. "We want to write him a letter, but you read it first, and if we meet him, you stay with us." "Always," I promised. The letter they wrote was heartbreaking in its simplicity. "Dear Mr. Langston, we know you're our biological father. We want to ask you some questions. 1. Why did you leave our mom? 2. Do you have any diseases we should know about? 3. Do you like baseball? We both play Little League. 4. Are you sorry, Ethan and Lucas Monroe?" I sent it through my lawyer with strict instructions. Any response goes through me first. Any meeting happens under supervision. Any attempt to circumvent these rules results in immediate termination of contact. Preston's response came within hours, handwritten on personal stationery. "Dear Ethan and Lucas, thank you for writing to me. To answer your questions. 1. I left your mom because I was scared and stupid and listened to the wrong people. It's the biggest regret of my life. 2. Your grandfather had high blood pressure. I'm healthy. 3. I love baseball. I still have my glove from college. 4. Sorry isn't big enough for what I feel. I'm sorry I missed 8 years. I'm sorry I hurt your mom. I'm sorry you had to wonder why you didn't have a dad. I'm sorry for all of it. If you'll let me, I'd like to meet you. Not to be your dad. You don't need me for that. You have everything you need with your mom. But maybe to be someone who cares about you, even though I don't deserve to. Preston." I read it 3 times, searching for manipulation, finding only raw honesty. The boys read it together, huddled on the couch. "He sounds sad," Lucas observed. "Good," Ethan said, but without heat. "Can we meet him?" The meeting was arranged for a Saturday at a neutral location, a family counselor's office that specialized in reunification. Dr. Sarah Kim would facilitate, making sure everyone felt safe. Preston arrived early. Through the observation window, I watched him pace, check his reflection, sit down, stand up again. He'd lost weight, aged more in 3 weeks than in the previous 5 years. "Ready?" I asked the boys. They nodded, each taking one of my hands. We entered together. Preston's face when he saw them? I'd expected tears, but not the complete crumbling of his composure. He dropped to his knees, putting himself at their eye level. "Hi," he said, voice breaking. "Hi," they said in unison. Dr. Kim guided us through introductions, safe topics. The boys showed him their baseball cards. Preston showed them photos of his college team. They discovered shared interests. Ethan had Preston's talent for math, Lucas his artistic eye. "Why did you hit our mom?" Ethan asked suddenly. "Because 8-year-olds have no filter." Preston flinched. "Because I was angry and scared and wrong. There's no excuse for it. Real men don't hit people they love. Real men don't hit anyone unless they're protecting someone." "Mom protects everyone," Lucas said proudly. "She's a superhero lawyer." "I know," Preston said, glancing at me. "She always was stronger than me." The hour passed quickly. As we prepared to leave, Preston pulled out 2 wrapped packages. "I know I can't make up for missed birthdays," he said, "but I thought, maybe." Inside were baseball gloves, beautiful leather ones with their names embossed. "Cool." Ethan examined his. "Mom, can we play catch with him sometime?" I looked at Preston. This man who'd broken me, discarded me, denied us. I thought about Luis's words. "Forgiveness isn't for them. It's for you." "Once a month," I heard myself say. "Supervised, in public places. We'll see how it goes." Preston's grateful expression was almost too much. "Thank you, Ariel. I know I don't deserve." "You're right, you don't. This isn't for you. It's for them." Walking to the car, Lucas slipped his hand in mine. "Mom, I think he really is sorry." "I think so too, baby. But we don't need him, right? We have you. You have me forever." That night, I called Luis to tell him about the meeting. He listened quietly, then chuckled. "You're learning the hardest lesson, mija. Sometimes the best revenge is no revenge at all. Just living well and letting them see what they lost." 1 year later, I stood in my office at Monroe Legal Alliance. No longer a cramped space, but a full floor in a Pioneer Square building. 20 attorneys, twice as many support staff, all dedicated to protecting families the system forgot. The irony wasn't lost on me. Langston Construction had bid on our building renovation. They didn't get it. "Ms. Monroe?" My assistant knocked. "Dr. Patel is here." Jason Patel entered with the same warm smile he'd worn that night in the NICU, when he'd spent 16 straight hours saving my boys. Now he brought lunch twice a week, sent funny texts during long court days, and had somehow become the brightest part of my carefully reconstructed life. "Brought Indian food," he said, setting bags on my desk. "And something else." The ring box appeared like magic. Simple, elegant, perfect. A solitaire that caught the light like hope itself. "Ariel Monroe," he said, taking my hand. "You've been fighting alone for so long. Let me fight beside you. Marry me?" Through the wall of windows, Seattle sprawled gray and gorgeous. 9 years ago, I'd fled this city in pieces. Now I owned a piece of it. The boys love me almost as much as I love them. I asked their permission last week. He grinned. Ethan negotiated. I apparently owe him a PlayStation. I laughed, crying, saying yes to this man who'd seen me at my weakest and waited patiently for me to find my strength. That afternoon, a letter arrived. Elaine's handwriting, which I hadn't seen since the thank you notes she'd made me write for wedding gifts a lifetime ago. Inside a leather journal and a single page. "Ariel, this was my diary from when Preston was born. I thought you should know, his father left me too, when pregnancy made me undesirable. I raised Preston alone until I remarried into the Langston family. I taught my son that women who couldn't give men children were worthless because that's what I'd been taught. I perpetuated a cycle I should have broken. You broke it. You became everything I was too afraid to be. I'm dying. Cancer, stage 4. I won't ask for forgiveness I don't deserve. But I wanted you to know, when I see your boys at their baseball games, I see the life we all could have had if I'd been brave like you. Elaine." I sat with that journal for hours, reading a young woman's fear and pain that had calcified into cruelty. By the time the boys came home from school, I'd made my decision. "We're going to see your grandmother," I told them. "She's sick and she needs to meet you properly before it's too late." They exchanged their twin look. "Dad's mom? The mean one?" "People aren't just one thing," I said. "Sometimes they're mean because they're hurt." Elaine lived in a care facility now, her empire reduced to a single room with a view of the Sound. She looked small in her hospital bed, the designer clothes replaced with soft pajamas. "You came," she whispered. "The boys wanted to meet you." I nudged them forward. Properly this time. What followed was awkward, painful, and somehow healing. The boys showed her their report cards, told her about their baseball team. She cried when Lucas drew her a picture, when Ethan offered to read to her. "I'm sorry," she told me when the boys went to get snacks. It's not enough, but I'm sorry. I know. Preston loves them. He's trying to be better. She gripped my hand with surprising strength. Don't let my poison be their legacy. 2 months later, we buried Elaine Langston on a rain-soaked Tuesday. The boys stood between Preston and me, confused by grief for someone they'd barely known. Preston's tears were real, complicated, the grief of a son who'd never escaped his mother's shadow until it was too late. The wedding came in spring, in a garden where cherry blossoms fell like snow. Ethan and Lucas walked me down the aisle, arguing over who got which side. Jason waited under an arch of white roses, his family filling one side, my chosen family filling the other. Preston came, sitting in the back with his new girlfriend, a teacher who didn't care about his money. He'd given up the family business, started coaching Little League, attended therapy twice a week. The boys saw him monthly, slowly building something that might someday resemble a relationship. You sure about this? Louise asked as we reached the altar, my boys flanking me like tiny bodyguards. I looked at Jason, at my sons, at the life I'd built from ashes and determination and the stubborn refusal to let anyone else write my ending. Never been more sure of anything. As Jason slipped the ring on my finger, Lucas tugged my dress. Mom, you look like a princess. Better, Ethan corrected. She looks like a queen. And standing there, surrounded by love I'd earned instead of begged for, I finally believed it. The crown wasn't something someone else could give or take away. It was forged in survival, polished by perseverance, and worn only by those who'd learned to rise.